Hey, good morning, everyone. We are live and we are streaming on YouTube. Tony, you may commence. Microphones on, everyone.
Microphone's on. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for August 8th, 2023. Please be reminded that there's no public testimony during the review session. The first item we'll dispense with is 2022-18BZ 64 Butler Place, Staten Island. This is a decision case. There was no submission required. I make a motion to approve. Chair Shonda? Aye. Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Applications granted. Okay, zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 33, 2021-71BZ, 10531 76th Street, Queens. Okay. Just one second, I'm just scrolling through my notes. What happened here? So the application was last heard on June 6th, and the outstanding comments were regarding the building height. The parapet detailing has been modified. The parapet height will be 3'6". I was very strongly asking the applicant to provide some horizontal striation to kind of provide a little less of a visual minimize the visual verticality that has been provided. Though notes regarding windows on the north facade are being fixed and noise attenuated has not been added to the plan sheet. Please do that. Indicate on the plan how the opacity is being provided, mentioned at the last hearing, and apart from the 6 foot high aluminum fence, what kind of opacity material will be placed that will also noise. Can we, yep, okay, thank you. Notes needs to be added regarding energy system that is not going to be dependent on oil or gas on the plan. Also add note to the plan that there shall be no noise amplification at grade and no noise amplification devices will be placed outdoors. Rendering included in the programmatic need has signage along the south facade. These would not meet the underlying signage requirement. I understand that this is not a plan that is going to go to the buildings department or a document that is going to be approved, but for consistency, we need to make sure all of them kind of represent the same massing and building that the board is reviewing, because I do not want any information to be misrepresented and misinterpreted. So please revise the rendering or remove the rendering if that's easier to be done. But that is not the building that we are approving because of the signage. I do not believe it would comply with the underlying zoning regulation. Utilization chart has been revised, and the front yard and the side yard context studies have been provided. It's a mixed bag, so it varies, and we have given deference to houses of worship with regards to yard modification to accommodate the need to accommodate all their congregants. So I am satisfied with the study that has been provided. And if I've missed any other improvements mentioned at the prior hearing, please listen to the video recordings, because we have had few hearings, so I may have missed a few here and there. With regards to SECRA, Ms. Benke, where are we on this?
DOT issued comments on June 15th, and we're waiting for a response to those comments.
Okay. All right. So we are awaiting response from the applicant. Thank you. Are these extensive? Do these require traffic study, additional study or analysis, or this is mostly cleaning, house cleaning?
Let me review them right quickly. Clarification. There may be some assessments warranted.
Okay,
So there's about 10 comments. Some of them are clarification, some of them are more detailed.
okay. I just need to get an idea of that because that will affect as to how, how to schedule any future hearings on this.
Right. Perhaps they've had time to look at them and
Okay.
determine what their next step is.
Okay. Vice Chair Shabeta. Thank you, Ms. Benke.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add that they did provide a note that said their roof will be inaccessible to congregants. They also said there will be no, I think you did mention that the lack of amplification. They provided a note that said there'll be no amplification of music permitted on the roof.
Okay.
They also wrote that they, excuse me. They that the windows along the northern lot line, they agreed to have them inoperable, and they put that on the plans as well. I too read the programmatic needs study. I agree with the utilization chart. I find it, I found it acceptable. I found the side yard study and the front yard study acceptable as well. I have no further comments on this application.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say something that was forgotten at the top of the hearing. Commissioner Sheta will be absent from today's public review session and hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel Vine. Forgot to mention that. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments. I found the extra information very helpful. And for me, the application is complete.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner, you.
Thank you. I appreciate that the applicant listened to our design comments. One thing I wanted to discuss here is that we asked them to consider a railing instead of a solid parapet extension so that the building would appear less tall. I had intended for the railing to actually be set back from the perimeter so that you would not see it from the street line. And that way, the top of the building would read as the top of the building wall, and the safety railing would be 3 feet back at minimum, according to FDNY rules for firefighting from the rooftop. So
Blessing.
I guess, Chair, I'd like to know if you have any thoughts on whether the railing should be set back from the perimeter of the building, because right now it's flush and it will appear as an extension of the building height.
Right. Do you have do you have
Mike,
rendering?
Mike.
Do you have the rendering? Can we see it on the screen?
Let me pull.
Is like, I can do it, but you're faster than I am.
Let's see today. I just restarted. Give me 1 second. This is 71. Excuse me. The rendering in the, yes, give me. All right, everyone. We have plans and we have. The renderings are in the plans from the most recent submission, or they're the ones from May. Do you know which ones?
I'm looking, we can look at the most recent one. I think it would be, not rendering, I'm sorry. I don't think any rendering was submitted. It was just the.
Yeah, I only see renderings from.
Yeah.
From May. I will share my screen with the latest plans from July 26th. Oh, I can't because I'm not a panelist.
Oh, okay. No, so I am looking at the elevation on page T1, where the building elevation is shown, and I think it's shown subsequently on page P10. And where is the roof plan?
I mean, one could argue that the railings being partially,
I think in this case,
Open?
I would be okay because the railing is, as you said, partially open. So it doesn't therefore carry the solid
it doesn't
carry visual thing. So I think, yeah, I would be okay with that.
Okay, all right. Then I have nothing further on this case. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you think the setback would provide an aesthetic benefit or?
I think to Commissioner Yoon's point, had it been a solid wall, if it was set back, it would have looked visually less of, would have added less to the verticality. But since this is not a solid wall, but more of a brick railing, if you want to call it, it's a more of a design. It has a less of that weightage that we were concerned about, which is adding to the verticality.
Thank you.
Did I?
You, perfect.
I mean, Commissioner Yoon, I've kind of lost the lingo. of some of these things.
When I discussed it at the last hearing, I was bringing it up more like, you'll need an OSHA rail for
Right.
the roof because it's not actually going to be accessible by anyone but maintenance. And an OSHA rail can be a simple pipe rail. It doesn't need to be
Right.
something so ornate or, have the 4-inch rule. So it can disappear if you set it back from the perimeter of the building, because when you're looking up from the street, if it's a few feet back, you won't even see the railing. So
Yeah.
that was my initial suggestion, but I think that per this discussion, the railing that they've provided is decorative in nature while also serving as a parapet and is partially open, so it does relieve the feeling of the building height extending all the way up.
Right.
So
And-
if you're okay with it, then I just wanted to bring it up as a point because it was different than what I had imagined they would submit, but I'm also okay with it.
Yeah, okay, great. I just want to point out the rendering that we are seeing is not the most latest
Oh,
revised
this is
elevation.
This
Hi.
is dated July.
this is from the programmatic needs report. I just wanted to share the rendering from the revised programmatic.
Right,
Thank
so
you.
now there's a significant change. We don't have that arched at the main entryway. That's been flattened out on top of the parapet, and the parapet is not a solid wall. It's now brick. It's basically like a panel of railing, but made out of brick. And those signs are definitely not signs that would be permitted. So I
Right.
just want to alert the applicant and the congregants to don't start designing those banners. Okay. Let me see if Commissioner Sheta, did Commissioner Sheta have comments on it? Oh, what happened? I'm sorry. I thought I had Commissioner Sheta's comments. So. No, he didn't, not regarding this subject case. Okay. Thank you. We can move to the next.
Okay. 2022-46 BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue. I'm just looking for.
Okay, so the initial hearing on this application was held on April 25th. Applicant submitted its response regarding active construction at the site. Applicant states that the facade is undergoing repair, and because of that, construction fence has been installed in front of the building. Clarification has been provided regarding violation issued, violation numbers 339506681X. This violation is for a fully enclosing the 5th floor for where classes are being held on that floor. And that classes are being held on floors 1 through 4. And 5th floor, while it did have 2 exterior wall to comply with maximum FAR, it didn't count towards FAR. So the applicant has put the removable wall to enclose 5th floor to minimize the weather damage. That's what the statement says on the violation. And the applicant is, of course, we know, is proposing to legalize that 5th floor into a classroom. I would like the applicant to provide photos of the current condition of the 5th floor and the enclosed play area on the 2nd floor. With regards to the 2nd floor play area, my understanding, as the applicant states and the plans proposed, is that it is going to be replaced with classrooms. There are windows, so it's not those classrooms that are being proposed, it's the other classrooms that are located along the side lot line, which is fronting a parkland, city-owned park space. So this is my thought on it. And, I would like to hear from the commissioners what they think and if it is possible. There are windows proposed on floors for classrooms that are facing the park only on the second floor. Now, if they can't be. My question is, can't opaque fixed windows be provided for classrooms on the first and the fifth floors? Because this lot line, like I said, abuts the park, and also the applicant maybe relocate the windows on classroom number 11 on the second floor. That way, the window from this classroom, instead of being on the parkland, can be on facing the roof of the building. This way you get more natural light, yet maintain privacy and opacity through opaque windows. And being solid, you're not creating a noise issue either within the class or outside the classroom. Fire department recently inspected the rooftop play area since it was in violation of access of fire operations. The proposed plan have been revised where the fence is now located 6 foot from the parapet wall fronting Bedford and Lafayette Street, and 6 foot wide fire department pathway, FDNY pathway, has been indicated on the plan, and FDNY issued a no objection for the rooftop access. I want the applicant to provide a north arrow and the latest revision date on the plans. I have a question for fire department, and that is, if the entire roof is used for recreation without placing equipment, will it be contrary to the fire operation? With regards to the noise analysis study, the noise analysis study has been provided for the 420 square foot rooftop play area. According to the tech memo, the ambient noise level is high, and the incremental noise from the existing play area is below the SECRA threshold by 3 dBA, and thus would not result in any adverse impact related to noise. Since Genitra is a public charter preschool to charter school for pre-K to high school, my question is, isn't there any requirement for minimum number of hours of physical exercise for students? And with 32 proposed classes, students will have access to the existing rooftop recreation area once in every 6 weeks. This seems like a situation that will be probably will not be tenable. And thus, as a worst case, noise impact from the entire roof should be analyzed. And I also am not sure this is something that can be monitored and the school operator can ensure that only 420 square foot of that space is going to be used by students, and the rest of it is going to be free and clear of any gathering or activities. And that leads me to the next question. As I was looking through some of the documents that's been provided regarding the automatic sprinkler waiver. So regarding the waiver of automatic sprinkler in classrooms floors above grade, my question is, has it been approved? And as I read through the document, it seems there is a direct correlation with maintaining less than 30 occupancy on the rooftop recreation area with not providing automatic sprinklers in the classroom floors below. So that is concerning, and I would like to fire department to weigh in on that also. So moving on to the programmatic need, comments were raised regarding the programmatic needs have still not been responded to. I will let other commissioners to weigh in on that one. And as you can see from my comments, I do not believe the applicant has yet met finding C, and also the title of ownership in chart form has not been provided. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. I do believe we received a letter from FDNY a letter of no objection yesterday morning.
Yes, it's only for the rooftop access.
It's only for the rooftop access. And we still have and I agree with your concerns with regard to the sprinklers on the lower floors. I'm not exactly understanding why they're not being provided.
Well, it's not, the argument is that it's not required since the occupancy load on the rooftop will be less than 30. And that leads me to connect the dots of why a 420 square foot of play area, which will have only occupancy of 28 students at a given time, is being proposed when, if that is the case, then my suggestion is why not then enclose, just put the 6-foot high fence around the 420 square foot and leave the rest of the area open, because students are only going to access 420 square foot of the play area and the rest is not going to be accessible, because that will increase the load requirement that would trip the need for sprinkler system on lower floors. So alternatively, just locate just put the 6-foot high fencing along that 420 square foot area, or just by the stairwell and however way that works for FDNY, and the rest of it, keep it free of all the fencing. And that way you absolutely know for sure your students are going to be completely contained in that 420 square foot area every day. And the rest of the space is going to be completely open but only to be used for maintenance and operation purposes and for fire emergencies.
I agree with that. I also agree with the moving of the windows and keeping them opaque for natural light.
Yeah, on the second floor, if you, who's sharing the plan? Oh, you're sharing it?
What would you like to see?
Just on the second floor, like I think on the second floor, there is
Proposed.
yeah, the proposed second floor, as you can see, windows are being provided along the rear lot line, which would face the parkland. These should be inoperable opaque windows. But similar thing maybe can be replicated for classrooms on floors 3 and 5. That's my suggestion.
I would agree with that because they have no windows facing.
Right,
outside.
4 you don't need, 4 is a corridor.
Sure.
But you could do that, replicate that on 3rd and 5th floor. I don't know if 1st floor has windows or not, but that's not before us. That's a pre-existing. But
Right.
5th, you could replicate that.
Sure.
I would say do it on the 1st if you can, but that's too close to the ground, so you may not want to. Okay,
Okay. I have nothing further then.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm questioning similarly to you, the reduction in recreational area for such a large student body of 766 projected, 784 projected students to only be limited to 420 square feet after having so much space in the previous plan for this school. It's something that I question. I also feel like they didn't fully address to me why, which was one of my questions last time, why there was a need to swap the boys out for the girls when it seemed to me that the amount of girls in 27, 28 is almost the same as the current number of boys when they're talking about how they were expecting the growth of the girls to just explode and the rate of increase in the girl student body was much higher than the boys. And so they were going to swap the boys out and put the girls here. It's still, when you look at
The rate of increase is same.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
no extra growth. So I'm really not even understanding the reason why they're flipping the student bodies. I think they need to maybe give us more background about that, or another reason why. There's got to be something else going on is what I'm thinking. I had also asked for questions as to why in some areas they talk about preschool to grade 12 and in others they talk about kindergarten to grade 12. And so I wanted them to define what they consider preschool versus what they consider kindergarten. I didn't see that. And so those are still outstanding questions that I have.
I have a question with regards to whether they swap out the girls and the boys. Let's say the boy student growth rate is at same as the girls, and this current classroom building would need similar kind of a number of classes to accommodate the boys. It should not be that, so it's a girl to boy is not the issue. It's the question of, I mean, that's why, should that be an issue, whether it's a girl
mean,
school or a boys school? Because if there's a need for a classroom based on the growth factor.
It just doesn't, to me, make sense. It's like why even bring it up?
Ah,
Is what
fair
I'm
enough.
saying. Why even say we need to move the girls here because their rate of growth is greater than that of the boys? And then when you look at the chart, you think to yourself, well, that doesn't seem true from what I'm looking at.
Mhm.
So it's like, don't say it if you can't back it up, is my
It's-
thing, because then we're caught up in, ancillary kind of questions that really don't make a difference. Like
Yeah,
you
I don't
said,
want
how
to-
about we just want the girls to be on Lawrence Avenue because we like Lawrence Avenue for girls. Okay, I would go about my business and be like, all right, fine, that's a decent programmatic need,
No,
But-
I mean,
know?
and I really don't, I hope sincerely there isn't a gender bias that's being placed into where girls don't need so much of play area, but boys do. And that is concerning to me.
I think it might be best if they remove the distinction.
Yes, I agree.
Right,
But the need for the play area should be more driven by
Besides,
the number of students, the pedagogical, all of those factors. And I've generally not seen this much of a reduction of space for play area, regardless whether it's a boy or a girl.
right. I just think they just need classrooms.
Yeah.
And so as far as they're concerned, all right, so people don't get physical activity, big deal. I mean, I'm thinking that's what's going on. It's not right. People need to be physically active to remain healthy, and being healthy helps grow your mind as well as your body. We know that. But, I don't know what is valued in this community. And so therefore, I'm not going to make a judgment call about that. I'm just questioning 420 square feet, 766 young people. Does that run afoul of New York State educational requirements for phys ed? Because, for instance, I know that when my daughter was in school, there were very clear requirements for phys ed, so much so that you could not graduate unless you fulfilled your phys ed requirement, almost the same as if you fulfilled your biology requirement and science requirement. So they definitely should go into detail as to why they probably are deviating from the state public school norm.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree that if your play area is only 420 square feet, there's no need for a 10-foot fence around the perimeter of the building. We all know that it exists today, but you would have to modify it in any way to meet FDNY requirements, but there's no need for a 10-foot fence on a roof that's for maintenance. So if you're going to provide a 420 square foot play area, I would recommend you place the fence directly around the play area because, again, there is no need. There's OSHA fencing again that is required for fall hazards and to clip onto. You can provide that for safety and code, but you don't need the entire roof area to be enclosed by a 10-foot fence, which is highly visible from everywhere in the neighborhood.
Mhm.
I want to also address that they submitted a photo this morning of the facade. And I'll bring that up. Let's see. I think, or at least we received it this morning.
Yes, I was informed. I didn't get the chance to review it.
So they showed, and I think, I don't know what the intent was of sending this, but it's to potentially show that the construction fence has been removed on the ground floor.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, there's new graffiti that has been there for a little while.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to note that, the applicant submitted a letter saying that the construction fence was there in order to do some facade repairs. It is very evident to me because I used to live in this neighborhood and walk my dog past here all the time, that the construction work on the facade was to do the work that is being proposed right now under this application. So this is the second floor play area. We did go through this last time, so it's not a big surprise, but of course, that was from April. This is from May. It's already enclosed. And they must have just recently taken the construction fence down because it was there, a few weeks ago when I was last there. So, I mean, I'm just bringing this up because it's quite obvious to me that you've done the work already. And now you're trying to, I guess, come back and legalize it.
Yes.
It would be much easier for us. And we said this last time, if you were upfront about what you were doing, instead of us feeling like we have to catch you doing something, it's not a great feeling for us. Also, the FDNY, prior to issuing their letter of no objection based on the new plan, back in May, they gave us this letter of objection, which raised several life safety issues, which the applicant had to then address. Failure to maintain fire rated construction, maintain signs, egress free from obstructions. There was a failure, something administrative about the fire alarm system, but also 2 public assembly areas that are not approved and there are no permits for, which of course is a big life safety and egress concern. This is all outside of our jurisdiction. We don't take care of life safety, but this is part of our record and I want to bring it up because it's concerning that this is a place for young people and life safety it should be a high priority for this applicant. So just want to say that about this project. Otherwise, I think let's deal with the fence. And if you bring it down to 420 square feet on the roof, then maybe you do screen out of the noise. But if you don't, then we should be looking at a different environmental analysis based on what the actual use of the rooftop's going to be.
Right, I agree. So everything is being controlled through a design that I feel is not doing justice to the students that are going to be using this facility. And my concern, it may also not be operating as that, and it would be very difficult to oversee that and ensure that it complies with the approved plan, which unfortunately, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, despite the changes happening and legalizing, the past of it just does not bear good feeling. And so that's why these questions are being raised by the board, and we are looking at it from these viewpoints. It really is not giving us much option but to factor these negative alternatives, as I want to put it. I don't have any comments on this from Commissioner Shettar.
No, I don't see it.
Thank you all for your thoughtful consideration and analysis on this one.
2022-51 BZ 10721 54th Street, Queens.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was held on March 14th. Board wanted clarification on the waivers being requested, and if some of the waivers were needed. Board also agreed that the site is unique and the outstanding elements were related to findings C, D, and E. I have to say the applicant has been very responsive and has submitted a very thorough revised application. With regards to the waiver, the applicant has reduced the number of waivers. It is now requesting only front yard and a side yard and front yard, side yard. Front yard and side yard waivers. Previously, it was front yard, side yard, rear yard, lot area width, existing small zoning lot, number and size and location of the curb cuts and driveways. So a lot of these have been removed through a better site planning, and the degree of number of variances have been reduced to, as Vice Chair reminded me, front yard and side yard waivers. The revised plan has been submitted with the revised front yard depth, and the building has been moved to the front. This is allowing for a much gentler driveway grade, and the facade fronting on Shore Avenue has been modified with more windows and details. I have a question on this. The cover letter states that by relocating the entire stair on 154th Street, it will not obstruct the line of sight at the stop line on Shore Avenue. I looked at the initial plan and the proposed revised plan. It seems the initial location of the stair would have less obstruction. So unless I'm not reading the plan properly, maybe the applicant can help me walk through the plan. A very thorough neighborhood study has been provided as directed by the board, and the front yard study, side yard study, lot width study, land use study, all have been provided. And as the studies indicate with regards to the front yard, there's a very uniform 10-foot deep front yard along the block frontage of 154th Street, while along Shore Avenue, the front yard depth varies. The corner lots in the study area have anywhere of a 0-foot to a 5-foot deep front yard, depending on the width of the corner lots. So I think what is being proposed is it's kind of in keeping with what is built there. With regards to the side yard study, the study area has a mix of attached, semi-detached, and detached homes. Thus, side yard depths also vary based on these building typologies from 0-foot to 10 feet. And again, depending on the building typology and the width of the lots. And what the applicant is proposing, a detached building. So the amount of side yard that is being proposed, given it's a narrow lot, seems reasonable to me. With regards to the lot width study, most of the lots in the study area are less than 31 foot wide and all of them are built with attached or semi-detached homes, which means that these sites do not have to provide side yards, and much of the side yards are either 1 foot or 0-foot wide, thus allowing for a 20-foot wide building footprint. And what the applicant is proposing is very similar to what is the built form in this area. So as the land use study provided shows that it's predominantly built with 2-family homes, and the applicant is proposing a 2-family home. So I think overall, all these studies point to a development that is going to be in keeping with the built context, and it's a very reasonable ask. And the statement of facts, zoning analysis all have been revised. A chain of title has been provided. I just have a question on the statement of fact on page 4 of with regards to finding C. It needs a correction. Based on the land use map, most of the homes in the study area are attached or semi-detached and not detached home. So though the zoning permits detached on the subject side, due to its narrowness, it can only provide detached home. And that is how I think the wording of finding C should be presented. Overall, as I said, I'm very, very satisfied with the response, and I believe the applicant has met all the findings. Is there any SECRA update that I need to know about, Ms. Benke?
No, not on this application.
Okay, but we are fine on this?
Is this type 2? Yes.
Oh, it's that. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I too was very happy with this application. They went from 9 waivers, I believe, to now only requesting 2. The submission was very it was very responsive. I think you hit all the major points. The only thing I think that may have been missed is that they provided a FEMA map, and I have no further comments.
Well, they did provide or did not?
They did,
They did provide. Yes.
and that shows without relieving our concern of the issue.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So my original questions question the neighborhood context, needing a little bit more information that would kind of justify this project. And also I had questions about them justifying that this was the minimal variance, and the character study that they provided answered all of my questions. And so I have no other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. After the revision, I have no comments.
It's got a good report. There aren't any comments from Commissioner Sheda on this one.
Okay, 2022-61 BZ, 1002 Avenue in Brooklyn.
The initial hearing on the application was held on March 14th. Board comments were regarding findings A, C, and E. The applicant has submitted its response to the comments. The proposed changes are mostly responsive to the comments raised. Plans have been revised. Overall, the degree of the waivers have been reduced, except for an addition of the front yard waiver. For that, I think the DOB objection sheet needs to be revised and it needs to be included. The reduction in floor area, FAR and height and setback is being achieved by reducing the fourth floor setback. The footprint is being reduced and setting it back from the lot lines. In lieu, the footprint of the building on the lower floors are proposed to be increased to accommodate the program space lost on the fourth floor. The FAR waiver is reduced slightly. New waivers of front yard depth along East 10th Street would reduce it from 10-foot depth to a 5-foot depth deep front yard. A front yard study has been provided and it shows that the front yard along East 10th varies from 4-foot to 24-foot deep. However, the corner lots have one of two front yards that are less than the required 10-foot depth. So the proposed 5-foot depth would be in keeping with the corner lots in the study area. And to me, the most concerning part was the additional floor on the fourth floor and how it fits in with the context. And I think by setting the building back and reducing the footprint on the floor plate and adding a little bit extra on the lower floors is more of a bulk form that is in keeping with the context and while meeting the programmatic need. Regarding the seating layout of the prayer rooms on 1, 2, 4 floors, does the exit row parallel to East 10th Street have to be clear of furniture from its entire length? Is the third stair run to the multipurpose room in the cellar from the rear lot line required? The warming kitchen size has increased from the initial application by reducing the size of the warming kitchen and relocating the seats in the rear in Besh Madrash room can locate the third stair into the building and that is if it's required. Similarly, the fourth floor can be set back from the rear lot line by relocating some of the seats along the rear lot line in a portion of the exit row, provided code permits it. So it seems there's a very long parallel exit row that is running from end of the building to the fire stair. And I think some of it may be necessary closer to the doorway, but not all the way. And by filling those spaces up, I think you can achieve a little bit more of shading of the building along the rear lot line. No change was made to enlarge the proposed cellar. The applicant states that construction cost associated with supporting new building over the cellar is expensive and could become a maintenance issue with leakage. Now, the case that we're going to hear just after this is almost similar in lot size, but here in this case, the cellar is not only occupying the entire lot, but it's going beyond that. It's going under the sidewalk, and the rest of the building is going to be contained in a smaller footprint. So it's similar, and we have seen projects. We see residential buildings, we see house of worship. So I'm not quite sure exactly where the structural or engineering issue there is. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. And those are my questions with regards to the building design. With regards to the programmatic need, it has been revised. A revised room utilization and growth chart has been provided. And the programming of the classrooms and the prayer rooms have been modified. And this is resulting in a change in the occupancy and size of these spaces. Finally, the improvements are proposed along the lot lines includes a 8-foot high opaque fence along the rear and eastern side lot line. Above grade planter boxes along the front yard would be provided. Notes have been added regarding windows along the side and the rear lot line that it will be opaque and inoperable. All windows will have a minimum 28 STC rating. So just some comments with regards to the plan. On the plan, indicate the location of the exterior light fixtures. The scale of the proposed 8-foot high opaque fence along the side lot line, as shown in the rendering on page 1, is off. I think the fence should appear taller. Indicate the proposed height of the parapet wall on the section. Regarding softening the look of the building, the applicant provided photos of surrounding community facility and residential homes built in the area where the designs of the new constructions are transitioning from traditional design to modern feel. The proposed greening setbacks of the 4th floor, I believe, is respectful of the build form and it softens the appearance. And there are some very good examples of the modern buildings that have been presented in this set of drawings. So I really don't have any questions. I think the moving the 4th floor has made the building more in keeping with the context and also the context that's transitioning. I have a question for fire department. Do both staircases need to exit to the roof? Only it seems at this point, one stairwell is exiting to the 4th floor. And Ms. Benke, what is the status on the SECRA?
We received a revised EAS and we have to review it and determine what interagency reviews are needed. We just received it either this week or late last week.
Okay, so we just received the SECRA last week. Okay.
Yes.
It's lagging. So SECRA is lagging the rest of the application, which actually makes it a little difficult for us to coordinate our review. It would be good if they happen in tandem.
Well, I think that the latest application was only sent about 5 days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Which the SECRA
Yeah.
application, but well, that's my question. I do not know why the SECRA application is being submitted so far. We already had one initial hearing. The SECRA application should have been submitted along with the BZ application so that the process could start simultaneously.
I think seeker was submitted prior and then comment had been responded to.
I
and then
see.
they-
Oh, okay.
Right, the initial seeker was submitted last year, but we didn't receive the response to comments till last week.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Thanks.
Vice Chair Shibata.
I was very happy with this application. I believe the setbacks on the lot lines on the 4th floor do resolve much of my concerns at the first hearing. I found the argument of enlarging a cellar over an existing building to be cost prohibitive. I found that to be reasonable, but I do believe that the applicant should speak more to it. I found the programmatic needs report, the changes made therein, I found that to be reasonable as well. And I have no further comments on this.
I just want to correct one thing you stated. It's not existing building, it's going to be a new building.
Right, to build a cellar space that is larger than the building that's going to be placed on top of it. It seems, now I'm not the engineer here or the architect, so I'll defer. Seems reasonable to my very non-engineer or architect.
Okay. We will let our architect speak to that. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I found that this submission responded to my questions in terms of revising the room utilization chart to include all rooms, not just rooms devoted to prayer service. And also they addressed my questions about the windows on the side yard lot lines needing to be inoperable and sound attenuated. So I have no more questions.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also had nothing further. And as to the cellar, It is, of course, more straightforward to build straight up, structurally not super complicated to have a larger foundation or larger cellar footprint, but does start to implicate how you can plant or deal with the ground level and adds, I don't know how cost prohibitive it is to have. It slightly complicates things.
Is there
It's
any-
much more straightforward to go straight up. You can imagine, just stacking gravity on top of each other. It's just a more straightforward way to build, but it's not impossible. Obviously, you do have to coordinate then all of the plantings on the street side to make sure you drop the height of the ground floor slab to allow for enough soil to have in-ground plantings when it's beyond the wall, if that makes sense.
Well, I think in this case, they're not proposing any in-ground planting, are they? It's above ground, in boxes.
I believe the concern was, for them, was primarily the potential of leaking. And they used some anecdotal evidence of other places that had this concern. Is there a concern with that?
Oh, there is.
Commissioner?
planting.
I mean, sure, yeah, you have to waterproof the horizontal surfaces. It's very common construction. It is more complicated than a straight wall going down. So I will say it's certainly not impossible, but I guess to what end or what are they gaining in exchange?
I think that the fact
And
that
that maybe they can attest to.
yeah,
Right.
they brought the sides in anyway, and they.
Yeah.
If they're good with that project, it alleviates the need to make it bigger. at the bottom.
And then the sidewalk stuff that you're referring to under the sidewalk, that's a much more complicated project and the owner is then at risk for DOT's revocable consent. So that
Mhm.
also seems like something.
Right. No, I'm absolutely not advocating for building under the sidewalk.
Okay.
Absolutely not. But
Maximum.
to me, it's the maximizing your footprint in the cellar and then having the building above which sets back as required is what I'm looking at, regardless of whether it goes into the cellar or not. So it's a similar proposition. The next case is proposing. But here, the applicant is shying away from it, and that's why I'm and it's very similar in terms of the building footprint, location,
Right,
all
right.
of that. And both are corner lots.
Right. And it's not so clear that they would avoid it here, but there is some expense related to supportive excavation when you excavate at the lot line versus setback from the lot line. They're not going to be able to avoid all of those costs here because they're not set back enough, but just to say.
Yeah, I mean, that was
the.
the other thing. I mean, you're pretty much going to excavate all of it because you're so close to the lot line. You're probably going to excavate pretty much along the rear. You're going to excavate the whole bit of it.
It's true, but the 10 feet clearance here, we're getting into the weeds a little bit, but when you're digging for the foundation, if you have some clearance on the opposite side of the wall, you're able to do everything from the front face of the outside face of the wall. When you're at the lot line, you have a different sort of construction type that is blindside. It's a little bit different. So you are avoiding some costs. Again, it's very common in New York City to do lot line construction, but it is a fair argument that you do save some money by building straight up and set back from the lot line.
And I am very respectful of the fact this is a nonprofit organization, and everything is driven by donation. So cost-cutting measures of these is needed. It's a question of, as you said, what are they gaining by making the addition to the cellar? And I just think can you pack in a little bit more of the program spaces in the cellar and free up a little bit more of the bulk above?
Mhm.
But if it is not going to be, it's like few inches here, few inches there, then I also don't think that that's an exercise worth going through. But that is really for the applicant to kind of
Right,
clarify and justify.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
2022-78 BZ, 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. So this is also another house of worship. The initial hearing on this application was held on May 9th and board had significant concerns regarding this application. So you'll have to bear with me. I have lots of things to say on this. Apart from cleaning up the plan of extraneous information, no change to the program or massing has been made. The applicant has not paid heed to the board's comments. Information provided is inadequate. and the applicant is unable to establish why an as-of-right use is programmatically inadequate. For a local synagogue serving the purpose, serving the community, I'm sorry. Okay, for a local synagogue, providing community spaces as allocated in the as-of-right building is very typical. So as stated at the last hearing, the subject site, unlike the previous case, does not require to provide any yards. The proposed building, this is a corner lot located in a commercial district, therefore no front yards are required. So the proposed building footprint can be built almost to the lot line, except for that easement in the rear, which the applicant is proposing to do. The proposed building footprint is almost to the lot line. Additionally, the building takes full advantage of constructing below the city sidewalk, which allows for much more generous cellar space. It is packed with all the programmatic spaces that is typically seen in a house of worship. The programmatic need failed to justify the need for a multipurpose room on the third floor. I'm still not convinced that a gym wellness center should be afforded deference under Cornell doctrine. This would be a significant departure if permitted. The board recently did not allow a synagogue to provide a similar facility, though it was for youth. Also, do not see the correlation of the BSA case number 235-08-BZ with the subject site. The board has approved house of worships with mikvah and has acknowledged mikvah to be part of a religious institution that entitles deference. However, don't see the similarity with the Women's Wellness Center, which is technically a health and fitness center, or with a social gathering room for exclusively women and its association with religious institution affording deference, especially when other multipurpose rooms, cafeteria, program rooms are proposed for social gathering in the building. And the utilization chart shows that there are times where any of these spaces would be available. So, however, if the applicant wants more clarity, here I'm going to break them up by each elements. With regards to programmatic need, applicant, if the applicant wants to proceed with this application, first of all, I want to say the applicant really needs to remove the third floor, the health and fitness thing from this discussion, because I absolutely do not think the applicant would meet the difference. We can afford a difference on this one. So with that said, if the applicants want more clarity, should it want to move forward as directed, with regards to programmatic need, applicant needs to provide a breakdown of men and women by adult and children by age group to justify the need for the proposed program space and show the growth chart by gender age. We can provide a sample from recent cases to help clarify that. The applicant needs to provide estimated number of congregants that will be using each space in the plan set. The space utilization table also needs to include projected occupants for each space. The utilization chart is not supported by the narrative justifying the need for each space and how it relates to the programmatic need of the synagogue. The estimated number of occupants, is it based on 1 per 15 square foot? Because if so, the proposed occupancy capacity for each room varies. For example, synagogue number 1 is based on 1 per 10 square foot. Multipurpose room is based on 1 per 13 square foot. Revised the occupancy rate of 1 per 15 square foot for all the assembly rooms also. Space allocation. Based on the programmatic need report, the executive office space on the second floor and the program rooms 1 and 2 in the cellar and study room on the first floor can be co-shared with minimal overlap, allowing executive office to co-share space program rooms on 1 and 2, or the study room in the cellar, or the study room in the first floor, can free up the room for women's program rooms on the second floor if it can be justified programmatically. It is not clear from the statement of fact and the need report if a daycare service will be provided in the synagogue during weekdays. Provide a breakdown of each activities that are being proposed on the third floor and a space utilization table and the number of occupants if you want to justify that it meets programmatic. I really doubt it. I'm not even encourage you to do it, but right now we don't have any idea what is being proposed other than a vague proposal. And you need to provide an argument as to why you need a separate social gathering space for women when there are other spaces in the building that are underutilized. So, for example, on the third floor, there are 3 ADA compliant restrooms, which is more than required. So why are there repetition of services? There are janitor's closets, storage room on the third floor. Why are those being repeated? This is a local community-based synagogue, not a central synagogue where people from all over come and congregate. So with regards to the architecture, I appreciate the applicant, that the applicant is aspiring to design a building to match the historic and designated landmark buildings such as the Eldridge Street and Central Synagogues in Manhattan. These are the treasures of New York City and its history. The capacity of the spaces of these 2 spaces are much larger, and these buildings are located in zoning districts that permit much higher density. So though this subject application is seeking a waiver of FAR and bulk, it has to be justified by the programmatic need of the neighborhood and the neighborhood character. So I think the proposed 18-foot high synagogue area that is presented, it is very typical of the local synagogue cases that we see. So it seems the building has, I strongly feel that the building has been designed from outside and the void is being filled in with programs, and this is resulting in duplication of spaces like the janitors and the storage room on the third floor, and spaces that are programmatically cannot be justified on the third floor. The designed intent to bring the light into the main prayer room on the first floor, I think it's laudable, but it can be achieved with the elimination of the third floor also. Notes regarding the terms used for accessory kitchen proposed in the cellar. It is actually a warming kitchen. Since it will not serve as a catering establishment, no food preparation will be needed. Please correct it in the notation and add a note that no catering or food preparation shall be permitted. The warming kitchen area can be reduced, therefore, since no food is being prepared. Since the rooftop will not be accessible to congregants, there is no need for the elevator to access the area, and also the elevator access area that is in front of the elevator can be eliminated. Add a note to the roof plan that it will not be accessible to any congregants and it will be used only for maintenance and building operation. With regards to the easement, my question was, does the easement agreement have any height limits? Because it seems you're providing the easement at the grade, but there is the staircase that's running over it. So will that be limited? With regards to findings, the submission still fails to meet findings A, C, and E. And as I said, if the applicant wants this project to move forward with the board, it needs to eliminate the third floor or reduce it significantly with setback from Albany Avenue and not include the wellness center and social gathering rooms. Any update on SECRA, Ms. Benke? I can't hear you, Ms. Benke.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, there's no update. We haven't received a response to the seeker comments.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Did anyone find an as of right description or rendering? Because I did not see what their as of right is. And
I think they
and
did.
we did request it on the last hearing. Has anyone?
I think they did. Hold on, let me just. What they did.
Conforming plans were submitted in September of 2022.
Yeah.
Okay.
And did they describe why that's not suitable?
No,
think our response.
That's what we requested them to, and
Right.
they haven't addressed that, and they didn't address
Yeah.
whether this was a self-created hardship. I believe we asked that question as well.
Lack of prosecution.
I think they
The
met
chain of title.
with the chain of title. I thought they met it. Unless I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong then. Oh, we did ask them to provide this title search from,
I didn't
and
see
I
that.
don't think we received that. So it's also finding D,
Right.
A, C, D, and E.
I'm gonna reserve my other comments, and, you know, I reserve them until such time that we receive a description as to why and as of right isn't suitable.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with you, Chair, that the third floor seems a big ask, especially when you look at the room utilization chart and also a description of the program that's going to be put in these spaces. So on the third floor during the week, each of the multi-purpose rooms are going to be used for about 6 hours a day, like 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening. But on the days when you have the heaviest use of this facility, the rooms are hardly used. In fact, only room number 2 is used during the Sabbath and holidays. And usually when we talk about the programmatic needs that drive the design of a building and drive its size, it's usually designed in such a way that it can accommodate all of the people who are there on the Sabbath and on holidays, because those are the times of heaviest use for this religious facility in this religion. So the fact that that third floor actually has the lightest use on those days leads me to question whether or not a women's spiritual health wellness center is actually essential for a religious facility, because on the days, most religious days, the holiest days, it's hardly in use. Then when you go further down where they talk about the program that's going to go on that third floor, it's really interesting because the third floor is made up of 3 multi-purpose rooms, 1, 2, and 3. And the programmatic needs report discusses what's going to happen in rooms 2 and 3, which are the smaller of the 2 rooms. But room number 1, which is 1,700 square feet and can accommodate 36 people, they're silent on its use. And that's
The
room-
gym.
Right, I know.
Based on the
that's
section.
gym. No, I know that's the gym, I'm saying, but the fact that they don't even talk about the largest room, the room that actually is on the edge of the building that everybody sees, is totally as if it doesn't even exist in their program. And certainly it doesn't exist in their spiritual religious program. So therefore, I agree with you, Chair. I don't see that the third floor needs to be included in this project. I just don't see a programmatic justification for a house of worship to also have like a wellness, body, physical, mind, body center for women, especially when you then add to the fact that women use religious facilities in the Jewish community at a far less frequency than the men. So it isn't even like you're gearing this floor to people who are constantly flooding in through the doors of this facility to use it.
So you're not opining on whether or not a wellness center it could be in someone's programmatic needs. You're saying this one certainly isn't.
Well,
No, I'm saying I haven't been convinced. Now,
Right.
I'm not going to close the door and say there's no way on earth I'm
Right.
going to be convinced. I'm just saying by the evidence they're giving me to back up their need, I don't see it yet. I'm not convinced.
You know,
That's what I'm
I mean, I just playing devil's advocate, the applicant could say, the reason women don't come to many of the synagogues because they do not have all the various program space they need for them to operate separately and away from the rest of the other congregants, men congregants.
I don't think.
I
that-
have not seen
women-
that argument. Yeah.
Right. I don't feel that women's participation in the formal religious activities of a synagogue is as integral to this religious practice as it is for men.
Okay.
And not just here, but you see that everywhere. The women's section is always smaller, even when we give synagogues everything they want. There is never a situation where the women's synagogue, the women's portion is as large as the men's. And that should tell you something.
I just want to say for the two people whose hands are up, this is a review session, not the public hearing. You'll have your opportunity later to present your issues. So please put your hands down. Thank you.
Yeah, I think for me, a larger question, I just do not see how a wellness center, however you frame it, whether it's a yoga room or mind body gym, I just have a huge concern about allowing such a function to be considered an integral part of a religious practice. We are mixing uses that have never been contemplated and has not been historically been part of the religious practice. So I remain very concerned, and I absolutely do not think we should extend it, but the applicant also has not at all been convincing in its presentation as to why it should be. I've given them the benefit. The submission has not wooed me. It has actually convinced me that there really is not an argument. It is just a wish list. So Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you, and thank you for your very thorough comments. I had one question about your comment about the occupancy rates. And you
Yeah.
mentioned there was a space that was 10 square feet per person and 13 square feet per person. And were you asking for them to?
So I think the reason is, my understanding is you typically apply 1 per 15 occupancy for PA permits, right? And
Not necessarily.
not necessarily.
No, because there's so many different kinds of assembly.
Okay.
And the lower number is more conservative, right? If there are going to be more people in this space, then we should be assuming more people than less.
Right.
15 is with movable tables and chairs,
Move,
but it goes down to as low as 7 square feet per person, depending on the
problem.
use.
Right.
Yeah.
So my concern is you're packing in so that goes to the reason I raised that was also I assume 15 was the acceptable number, anything lower is not. So that's why when I looked at the other numbers, my concern was you're packing in more people, and yet in addition to that, you're asking for additional spaces on the 3rd floor, which to me, it's like you don't need it. You can apply 1 per 15 in all of this, and then carve out some of the spaces that you would need for the program spaces in the cellar.
The only danger with that, if they're going to use this space truly as auditorium or some kind of use, concentrated chairs only, you need to actually base it on a lower number so that you're actually accounting for the egress capacity that's needed.
Okay.
So unless you're capping the occupancy and you get an approval from Department of Buildings to cap the occupancy at a higher rate, you should use the lowest rate possible in order to make sure you have all of the required exits, the width of exits and aisles in order to make sure it's a safe place to exit from. So I guess I would never suggest that we tell them to make it a higher number per higher square footage per person.
Well, it works both ways. So oftentimes the applicant is proposing a certain occupancy rate because it also screens out in terms of traffic, all of the other analysis. So there has to be consistency in what is applied and analyzed, and parking requirement also.
But it's always worse for them if there are more occupants, right?
Yes.
It's harder for them if there are more occupants. So the
Right.
square footage per person, if it's lower, you end up with more people
Got
per
it.
space. I
Right.
think if we ever tell them to go higher,
Then
it's the
I-
less conservative
I
instruction.
think I've always seen 1 per 15, so I assume that's the standard.
I think that in these auditoriums where it's just chairs, you can go down to 7 You
I
should be
see.
using, the maximum number you should be using is
Okay.
7 square feet.
Okay,
And so I just wanted to clarify that. I agree with your comments. I appreciate that the applicant responded, or the architect responded to some of my concerns about representation and renderings last time. The only thing I'm going to add is that you're showing parapets at 4 feet from the finished roof area, which will trigger floor area, I believe. So I think you should get on to 3'8", but we're not gonna take an opinion on that. We'll leave that to.
well, I think the
OPE.
parapet should be reduced. Parapet height should be reduced to the required height of 3'8", period.
3'6" is required.
3'6",
3'8"
sorry,
is,
3'6".
does not trigger floor area. 4 feet is a permit. It's really whatever.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff, but I think anything higher than 3'8" will trigger floor area on a floor that's not being used.
Yeah, okay.
I also agree that the elevator shouldn't go up there if it's just maintenance only.
Yeah,
I have nothing further. Thank you.
thank you. Oh, yes, Commissioner Sheta did have a question. The applicant says that the that the review of the proposed vault is still pending with DOT. It is anticipated that approval will be forthcoming shortly and documentation of some will be provided to the board upon receipt. Please note that the proposed plan clearly indicates that the vault area is subject to DOT approval and the applicant would agree to any condition regarding same within the board's resolution should the subject application be granted. Do we have any update on the DOT approval? I believe we don't have anything on this, but maybe the applicant can update us. Those are, I think we did quite an extensive dive on this one. I think if the applicant and the congregants they're listening, please remove the 3rd floor if you want this application to go forward. Okay.
2022-86 BZ, 1762 East 9th Street, Brooklyn.
Sorry, I'm just putting the notes down. All right, the initial hearing on this application was held on June 6th. Applicant has submitted its response to the board comments. A threshold question of establishing a pre-existing non-complying yard was raised. The applicant has submitted the originally filed DOB plans showing that the existing front yard and side yards are pre-existing. The side yards are pre-existing non-complying, a 10-foot deep front yard is required and existing is 12 feet. I had asked the applicant at the last hearing to set back the 2nd floor to match the 1st floor setback. In light of the fact that the applicant is not seeking a waiver of FAR, but only side yard and rear yard, and where the side yards are pre-existing non-complying, there aren't other alternatives to build but to allow an enlargement in the rear yard. So also the subject block maintains a varying depth of rear yards and the abutting 2 homes have less than 20-foot rear yard on the 2nd floor. So with those factors taken in, I'm satisfied with this enlargement and I'm satisfied with the application. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
I'm satisfied.
I don't think, no, Commissioner Sheta didn't have any comments on it.
Okay, 2022-91 BZ, 1492 East 24th Street, Brooklyn.
All right. The initial hearing on this application was held on June 6th. The applicant has submitted his response to the comments that were raised. A 1930 Sanborn map has been provided showing that the front yard is a pre-existing non-complying front yard. Revised plans have been submitted. The building height has been reduced to 35 foot as directed. And we also received a letter of support. I'm satisfied with the revision that's been made. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also satisfied.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay.
2023-02 BZ, 2003 East 3rd Street, Brooklyn.
The initial application was held on, hearing was held on June 6th. Board had expressed concerns regarding the proposed enlargement and had directed the applicant to reduce the FAR and building height. The applicant has submitted its response. The scope of the enlargement is only to waive the floor area ratio, and the FAR has been reduced to 1.8 FAR from 1.2 FAR. So the total floor area of the building would now be 7,100 square foot as opposed to 7,560 square foot. An FAR map of the study area has been provided, highlighting the developments that exceed 1.18 FAR. However, as I had stated at the last hearing, most of the homes are built on smaller lots, about 3,999 square foot. Based on the ZOLA, almost all of these lots, all the lots are smaller in lot area, and the subject lot, except for another one, are the only two lots that have a lot area that's greater than I think it's 5,000 square foot. And all of these buildings are built with floor area that are a lot less than what is being proposed, 7,000 square foot and over. So the subject site is an anomaly. And even prior BSA special permits that were allowed an enlargement with 6,000 square foot on 4,999 square foot lots. So based on the predominant build context, the proposed development is still large, and the floor area needs to be reduced to, I would say, more in the 6,500 square foot. Apart from FAR, all the comments have been responded to. The proposed building height would have a complying 21-foot high perimeter wall, and the building height would be 35 foot. Retention of exterior wall has been revised. 57% would be retained on the first floor and 52% on the second floor. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shpeta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no comments on this application.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you, Chair. The floor area study is telling because only one home has a greater floor area than 7,100 square feet. So I agree with you. The home still is large.
Yeah, and that's the only one which is on a 5,000 square foot lot. So those are the only two. And even that one is 7,100 square foot. So there, I really do not see why this building should be afforded 75, so much of floor area. It can be less than that. Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also thought the reduction of 430 some odd square feet was not enough. It's still very large. Not the argument that a home nearby that was 6,000 square feet on a 5,000 square foot lot means that this is contextual, being that it's a 7,000 square foot home on a 6,000 square foot lot. I don't buy it. I think it needs to be a little bit smaller. I agree with you, Chair. I have nothing further.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let me see, do I have any comments from, no, I do.
No comments from him.
Yeah.
Okay, new cases. 2022 95 BZ 1249 Cedar Avenue, Brooklyn.
So we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. We have not received a community board vote, though did receive several objections related to noise from car wash site. And the site is not kept clean. There are illegal activities occurring at the site, and the sidewalk signs of no parking seems to be not legitimate. This is an application for a reinstatement of a previously approved variance for an automotive service station, which expired in September of 2012. And an extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy, which expired in 2008, an amendment to change the prior approval, and a waiver of board's rule. So the applicant is seeking a reinstatement per zoning resolution section 11-411 and 412. This has been in board's jurisdiction since 1957 for a use variance that was granted under section 7F and 7E. And the last CO that was obtained was back in 1996, and the last amendment that was granted by the board was in 2007. And as I look through all the conditions in the resolutions, every one of them seem to have said the same thing. And what I see on the in the photos and the complaints that we have received from the community board, concerns are still pending and still lingering, and that is concerning to me. So the applicants ask the amendment of the prior grant for a new enclosed car wash. The applicant is requesting an amendment of the prior grant for a new enclosed car wash drying area along the Dosher Street, reconstructing the existing car wash area using non-combustible corrugated metal, proposing new detailing area under a fabric awning that would be closer to Dosher Street, on Dosher Street, legalizing the conversion of the fast food and gas sales cashier area to a convenience store, and legalizing an accessory kiosk. So the ask for the amendment is daring, especially when the site operation is fraught with problems. Unless there are resolutions made, or unless these issues are resolved and prior board conditions are addressed, I do not see how the board can approve the proposed amendment. This is a problem site. This has been, there's been gross misuse and disrespect of the board's grant and conditions since 1990, and probably even before that. It shows that, first, another thing, I want the applicant to show the C12 overlay line on the plan and the distance of the C12 overlay from the rear lot line where the residential uses are. I think it's important for us to know that. The applicant needs to clarify which parking spaces will be used for autos awaiting repair, for detailing, drying, etc. Parking spaces 8 and 9 abut residential uses, and it seems these two spaces would be used for vacuuming, cleaning, detailing, drying, and they are right next to residential areas. So I really don't think the parking spaces should be any bit closer than they are in the as per the prior approved grants. The chain link fence abutting lots 94 and 61, they are inadequate, as either a noise or visual buffer has not been provided against these, and there's been gross misuse of this space, as I had mentioned earlier. So whatever fence is being proposed, the fence needs to be masonry or fabricated noise attenuation material that is opaque, and it is 8 foot high. The windows in the car wash area, I don't think they're operable. Do they serve any function? If not, then board them up. And this would also contain the noise from the car wash area. Also, the vacuum machine located on the site needs to be placed on a timer and shall not be operable after 7 p.m. because the prior condition was that the vacuum shall not be operable after 7 p.m. as would the the laundry machine, the car wash area. And I don't think there is any automatic switch off to this vacuum machine. With regards to zoning resolution, section 11-41, the applicant states that the site has not been enlarged. The existing canopy, awning, kiosk, and the proposed enclosure for detailing will count towards floor area based on a recent application the board had approved. The total increase in floor area includes the 42 square foot and the 190 square foot addition as approved by the prior board also should be included, and all of this should be less than 50% of the floor area pre-1961. So the applicant needs to provide a very thorough calculation of what has been built post 61 to date and what is being proposed, and if combined all of that is less than 50% of square foot of 50% of the floor area pre-61. The applicant has provided proof of continuous use, providing combination of Google Street Views and utility bills. A compliance chart has been provided. As I mentioned, the site is kept in extremely poor condition. More functions operating at the site than permitted, including a U-Haul truck rental. I went to the U-Haul truck listing and it is listed as a neighborhood dealer. So the sidewalk is being used for all the business operations located at the site, including parking on U-Haul trucks, vehicles approaching the car wash area, and it is cluttering the Sutter Avenue approachway and and also the other side street. So the applicant needs to provide a site survey clarifying the exact boundary of the site of the lot. U-Haul operation has to cease. It needs to be removed from the U-Haul listing, and no trucks and vehicle rentals shall be permitted from the site. And this needs to be addressed now. There are more curb cuts than permitted. The curb cut on Euclid Avenue is located within 50 foot of the intersection and is contrary to the approved plan. It needs to be removed and the curb cut needs to be restored. Now, curb cut width on Dosher is wider than approved. It is only used for exit from the car wash. So a 34-foot wide curb cut is not required and needs to be restored to the approved width now. Location of the gas pump needs to be restored to the approved plan now. There is a reason why prior boards required a 30-foot 6-inch distance from Euclid Avenue. The purpose of the 32 feet 6 inches distance was to allow for 2 lanes of reservoir spaces for car wash access from Sutter, and also to allow for vehicles to access the gasoline pump. The build condition is 27 feet 9 inches, and this is causing backup onto Sutter, and it's going to be a maneuverability hell. Also, the reservoir space is for 10. The plan shows 8. It is my understanding from a zoning appeals case that BSA had recently heard that DOB counts all required reservoir spaces to be located outside the prep area. Vehicles under the canopy cannot be counted towards reservoir area since it is being used as a prep space. So I need the applicant to get a ZRD1 on this. The maneuverability plan is unrealistic, as evident from the photos provided by our compliance officer. It shows vehicles are queuing up for car wash and encroaching onto Euclid Avenue sidewalk. To contain the reservoir lane for car wash, the applicant needs to provide a needs to build a residential quality metal fence of 4 to 5 foot high along the lot line fronting Euclid Avenue. Bollards with chain is inadequate and is not in keeping with the residential context. The applicant needs to remove the vacuum pump from the northeastern residential lot line. Applicant needs to provide drains to catch the water runoff from the car wash area at the building entrance and also exit. With regards to the operational plan, I need a breakdown of vehicular counts arriving and departing from the site, vehicle counts for different services at the site for a typical weekday and weekend to understand the operation of the site, distribution and location of the parking spaces and maneuverability in the site and to and from the street. The applicant needs to provide a queuing study, peak counts for weekdays and weekends for the car wash. So the applicant is also requesting extending the hours of operation for the car wash, which is currently set at 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. and wants it to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I am not at all going to extend that given the way the site is being operated. So at most, if I would say, I would even cut it down and not even allow it on weekends. So the applicant, beware of what you're asking when you have so many issues with the site. With regards to trash enclosure, currently, it doesn't exist, but the applicant is proposing a trash enclosure that will be located at the corner of Dosher Street and Sutter. This is not acceptable. It is located within 50 feet of a street line. The site operation has been disrespectful and inconsiderate of its neighbors. Placing the trash enclosure at a highly visible intersection is one such inconsideration. Trash needs to be located within the building or along the building wall fronting the streets, not in the rear yard. Provide a legal on-street parking requirement along the street frontage. With regards to landscaping, the applicant had initially eliminated the landscaping requirement was eliminated by prior board, but now the applicant is proposing a 10-foot wide planting buffer at the rear lot line. So if you're doing so, that is great. Provide a detailed landscaping plan. And these have to be in-ground planting. So I'm skeptical about it happening or it being maintained. And if the applicant wants to provide it, it needs to be done now. As proposed, the landscaping at the corner of Euclid and Sutter will be in the way of the vehicular flow and will cause backup on Sutter. With regards to lighting, lumen study seems to be incorrect. The reading is 0.0 by the existing awning along Euclid and also along Dosher, when there are several overhead lights without shields. So the applicant needs to reevaluate the lighting study. With regards to the signage, the applicant agrees that there is excess signage and banner, and therefore the applicant is proposing to remove the excess signage. The temporary signs and excess signs must be permanently removed along the structure now before the board can consider any of the amendments. The signage note shall be, a signage note shall be amended, shall be added to the plan saying that the signage shall comply with C1 zoning regulations and DOB to review and approve for compliance. With regards to violations, there are 3 open violations from the for work happening without work permit. As I said before, the board can consider any amendment to this, cannot consider any amendment to the site until the site has been brought into compliance now. Since there has been a significant change regarding curb cuts, I think the site should be referred to DOT for assessment regarding the location of the curb cuts and maneuverability plan. So those are my extensive comments. I'm extremely concerned about this proposal project amendment, and we need to have a very close monitoring of this site going forward. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. That was very thorough and it captured all of my concerns. I agree with you with regard to not considering an amendment until the site is brought into compliance. Officer Ricketts from the BSA had done a very thorough search site review and showed just on any given day just the status of this use. I caution the applicant that this is something they should pay immediate attention to because we're very concerned with your compliance at this moment. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I agree with you that they need to properly account for what was there pre-61 and all of the different enlarged spaces that they're adding or /legalizing to ensure that it doesn't exceed the 50% of what was there in 1961. And I agree with you that the kiosk needs to be added into that total because it's all additional floor area. It also seems that even if they do that, the numbers that they're providing don't match what's in their statement on page number 6, because even they're not including the kiosk, but they're saying 943.67 square feet is being added. But then the paperwork on page 6 says only 860 square feet is being added. So they have to also reconcile their numbers and make sure when they get to their total, it should be considered straight through. They talk about their required parking, and it seems like the required parking for the convenience store, they're basing it on the selling floor area, but it's not the selling floor area. It should be on the total floor area of the convenience store, which is larger than the selling floor area. So they have to revise that calculation. I found the proof of continuous use was acceptable. And if you go on Google Street View and you actually move around the block, you find extra photos that kind of plug some of their gaps. So I was like, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I agree with you that those photos that we looked at show a site that is being used far too intensely for its size. You know, you've got the U-Hauls parked on the street in front of the site. You've got cars that seem to be partially on the sidewalk parked willy-nilly. You've got cars turning into the canopy for the car wash, but it based on the plans, it looks like there should be 8 reservoir spaces in 2 rows. But when you look at the photos, it doesn't look like there's any space for 8 reservoir spaces. It
Well, actually
barely
10,
has 2.
10.
Well, 10 if you include the 2 single.
Well, I
file
question that
spaces
based
you're
on-
Questioning.
Right.
But looking at the photos, it doesn't look like there's room for any of that. So I'm not sure that the plans are actually reflecting what's there. So I believe you said a survey needs to be provided to get those measurements straight, put on the plans, and then let's talk about how this site operates. So I feel like the site is out of compliance and there isn't an accurate accounting of what's going on here either. And all of that has to be spelled out before we can even consider the amendment portion.
All right. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. I was out there also, separate from the compliance officer and saw many of the same things. So just want to bring up a couple of things that have been mentioned already, not to be repetitive, but just to add to the discussion. So this is the maneuverability or the traffic flow diagram that was submitted by the applicant on July 21st. And this is where we're showing those 2 single files plus the 8 reservoir spaces. That landscaping island that Chair was saying would be problematic for the traffic flow. Of course, so you go back to the existing plan that has been presented and let's see. So if you zoom in, you'll see here that based on, there's no dimension here, but there's a sign mounted to bollards to be removed. And there's this canopy that's shown here showing some dimension that is not clear. When you go to the site, let's see, we'll get to this photo later.
These are your site photos?
These are from my site visit.
Can we add these to?
I will make sure to add them to the record. So
And this was taken on a typical weekday?
this is on a typical weekday, sunny day, so the car wash has some people. This, I believe here is the public right of way line.
So that
This is
leaves
the
only
sign that-
one lane.
Yeah, this is the sign that needs to be removed. This is something that like, you know, just for compliance,
Well, this is a much better view. There are some of the other ones, there are 2 lanes and one is already on the sidewalk and the other one where your car is, right?
and you don't
Your
even
car,
have
that car.
turning radius to get in. The canopy extends much further than they're showing on the existing plan. It's really impossible to get into this space without driving on the sidewalk. So I just want to make.
So
sure
you're
that's
saying
very
can, yeah, that's kind of what I also felt looking at the photo, that the canopy is extending much more than what the dimension is.
Yeah, you can see
the
that it's kind of flush with these bollards, which is flush with these signs. And so you just have probably like 9 feet and change to go up the single aisle and then turn into this. And so you're going to turn out onto the sidewalk. And I will say there are some cases we see where, you know, we're always going to make sure we protect the public right of way, but this is a very heavily pedestrian, you know, it's a very active site.
Yeah.
The public right of way is heavily used and it's a shame to be blocking it with cars for a car wash. Also, the state of the site, just for more, you know, there's way too much signage, way too much signage. There's trash everywhere. It's just the most disrespectful thing for the neighborhood. It needs to be cleaned up. All of this is repetitive of what the chair has said, but at least bring some basic elements into compliance for coming to ask for more.
And we see tires.
Yeah, there's lots of tires. There's let's see.
Yeah, and these bumpers are useless. We have discovered that these bumpers are no good. They need to be, that's why if to contain the flow of vehicles going into the car wash, bumpers are not going to be, bollards are not going to be adequate. These are going to be fences. And we actually saw one, this was a site which had 3 street frontages in Brooklyn, and it also had a car wash abutting residential frontage, and it had a nice residential quality 5-foot-high fence along the residence, and that can be provided here, and that way you will contain the vehicle. There's no way to bump into the bollard or relocate the bollard. The fence is fence, and that's it. And I would say it's same should be provided along the Dosher also, because my feeling is there'll be encroachment somewhere or the other. So just make it of residential quality along. And I think the only good thing that when I reviewed the application, I felt like, yay, planting is going to be done, but it has to be done. I'm not going to allow it on the plan and then see, oh, it's taking time. Oh, it cannot be. No, you do it now, or remove it from the plan and replace it with a thick masonry wall so that the noise will not mitigate from the car wash area, which is a complaint that we have received from the applicant, from the neighbors. Commissioner Sheta had comments, hours of operation, request to amend the car wash with detailing operation from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week instead of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is kind of aggressive. Can the hours of operation be adjusted between summer and winter? BSA dash 0100 plan shows one adjacent neighboring building. BSA 07 shows two adjacent neighboring buildings, and BSA 13 shows another one neighboring building. Please coordinate the neighborhood building conditions shown on the site plan. Show how the site drainage will be handled on site, no outflow to cause street flooding. And as from the photos that has been provided by the applicant and Google Street Views, there is water overflowing from the car wash area on the Euclid and on the Dosher. There needs to be a catchment drain, as they call the trench drain, that is parallel to Euclid and Dosher to pick up any of the runoff. And that has to be both at the property line and inside. Any complaints from neighbors on the north side? We have received letters of objecting from the neighbors, but maybe some more may call in. Indicate how noise is ensured and not to travel across from the place onto the north side. Prefer that hours of operation during winter to stay as previously permitted. Summer increase is okay. Well, I'm not okay with that either at this point. Yes, General Counsel Vine.
I'd just like to share a photograph from our satellite imagery, a north view, which shows, and apologies if Commissioner Yoon's photographs demonstrated this, but that alleyway that's abutting the residential properties is used as a storage space. It's filled with garbage and storage materials.
I think Ted showed us that too.
Yeah,
Maybe the fire department would like to comment on this.
okay.
Move on.
Mhm.
2023-03 BZ 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has held, it did hold a hearing back in April of 18, but we haven't received a recommendation. We did receive 2 letters of opposition raising concerns about the impact to parking space. This is an application for a variance to develop a 3-family, 3-story residential building at the subject site. The applicant is seeking a waiver of side yard. Though the DOB objection sheet refers to incorrect zoning resolution section, it should be zoning resolution section 23-49, special provisions for side lot line wall. So this is a vacant interior lot with a 20-foot of frontage, and the lot area is 2,000 square foot in an R5 zoning district, a predominantly built up. If you qualify as a predominantly built up area, of 1.65 FAR is permitted. The applicant is stating it's a predominantly built up area. If that is the case, the applicant needs to provide an analysis. What has been provided is inadequate. Please go through the definition of predominantly built up and go through it and provide the analysis. Okay. The applicant is providing a 2-story penthouse plus basement plus cellar, a 3 dwelling unit with 2 parking garages, a total of 3,300 square foot of floor area, which amounts to 1.65 FAR. Applicant needs to provide elevations of all 4 facades, indicate the proposed facade material. The project is flawed regarding the application of correct zoning regulations. Layout of the duplex studio rooms in the basement and cellar is extremely concerning. The studio space at the basement level is only 242 square foot, not 950 square foot as stated in the statement of fact. Please note that 950 square foot is the dimension of the second and the third floor units. So it does not correspond with the basement unit. It does not meet factor for dwelling unit in R4 district pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-22, which requires 760 square foot. So the applicant would need a waiver should the applicant want to proceed with that. And I would caution the applicant not to go in that direction. Also, the space in the cellar is a windowless space. It would be used for non-living and non-sleeping purposes, seems unrealistic and unenforceable. And this is supposed to be an ADA compliant unit. The space in the basement, the only space in the basement that would be accessible in this basement unit would be that 250 square foot space, where a person who is wheelchair bound would have to not only live, sleep, do everything, because the staircase will not go downstairs. Staircase downstairs will be lift operated and you can only function so much there. So I have a big concern with allowing a cellar space with such a huge square footage of cellar without associated with a studio space that is just 240 square foot above grade. Also, only one means of egress is proposed, which is contrary to the statement of fact that's been made in the statement of fact report, page 2. Though I think only one is needed since it's 3 units. So confused as to which section of the zoning resolution 23-631 is being applied for height and setback. As I understand it, maximum permitted building height in R5 district pursuant to zoning resolution 23-631D is 40 feet with a maximum street wall height of 30 foot with a 15-foot setback from the street wall. Correct the zoning charts and plans and information provided on these documents are incorrect and inconsistent based on that. Indicate on the plan the open area between the abutting buildings pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-461C. Since applying, as I mentioned, the applicant needs to provide a predominantly built up analysis for it to qualify for 1.65 FAR. It is not just the ownership of the lot. You need to review the definition of the predominantly built up area and go through the analysis. Also need to show that the front yard meets the planting requirement of zoning resolution section 23-451 on the plan. With regards to the as of right plan, the applicant states in the statement of fact that 2 side yards, 8 foot wide each is required for detached 3-family, and this would leave only 4 foot wide floor plate on page 1. This is correct to an extent. Pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-462, side yards for all other buildings with residential uses inapplicable and is applicable and is required to provide 2 8-foot wide side yards. However, it is not consistent with the as of right plan and the zoning requirement stated in the zoning resolution. Since a 3-family home is proposed, ZR 23-462 is applicable and not ZR 23-461 or ZR 23-48, which is for 1 and 2 family homes. ZR 23-48 is only applicable for 1 and 2 family detached home, not applicable for the proposed development and also for multifamily homes, which is the proposed building. The minimum lot area requirement is 1,700 square foot and the subject site is 2,000 square feet. I would agree that whether it is a 3-family required whether a 3-family requires a 2 by 8 foot wide side yard or a 2-family requires a 2 by 5 foot wide side yard would result in a floor plate width that is not feasible and habitable. With regards to the findings of 7221, uniqueness study shows that the sites are similarly narrow sites in the subject area and There are 3 narrow vacant sites other than the subject site where only detached homes can be built, and the side yard requirement would make the site undevelopable. With regards to the neighborhood character, provide a typical number of units on the zoning lot. Neighborhood character study shows that most of the development in the area are attached homes with no side yard. So width of the homes built on these narrow lots range from 18 feet to 20 foot. Typically 20-foot wide lots are built with 20-foot wide buildings. Also, the building front is the block front is predominantly built with semi-detached and attached homes. So what the applicant is proposing in terms of providing no side yard on the subject side, it's not out of the context, but the applicant has not gone through the analysis thoroughly and correctly to justify it. However, I'm still not closing the door on the side yard. So let me go through that. With regards to the self-created hardship, the ownership title has been provided for the sites and the abutting lots, and the subject site has been separately owned since 1980. And since 1980 till 2021, the site was under HUD jurisdiction. However, that's a sidebar because anyway, it's been separately owned from the abutting lots. With regards to finding E, the site meets the uniqueness. However, the proposed project with 3 unit as designed and with parking requirement is not working out. I would strongly recommend that the project be revised to a 2-family duplex unit with 2 parking spaces and delete the cellar or build it partially for storage and utility at most. This may eliminate a stair run and allow for a narrower side yard. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too found that this site is unique and they did meet their D finding. My bigger issue is the E finding such as yours. I do believe that your proposal is far more in line with the context of the community. And also it's just it seems like it would satisfy the E finding. I have no further comments on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you that when you look at the plans, to have a unit that has 2 times the amount of space below grade as above grade, it just makes you think there's no way on earth that that below grade space isn't going to be used for sleeping and living room and everything. So that to me should be a non-starter. I agree that there is no evidence in the record thus far that justifies that a 3-family home at this site would be the minimal variance. And so therefore, I'm pretty sure that it probably isn't the predominant housing type in this area. Otherwise, they would have showed us. So they should just about remove that cellar 1st floor unit and work on a 2-family. I agree with you. It'll be a better site plan.
Yeah. And, you know, you end up getting a really good size apartments.
Yeah.
And if you have 2 duplexes, one has access to the roof, one has access to the ground floor, you really create a good family size units without having to provide this ramp and having to, you know, have to excavate so much of the basement and the cellar space. All right, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with your comments. I have nothing further.
All right.
Hi, board. I'd just like to ask the board if they are satisfied specifically with the applicant's study of lot ownership. A very quick search on Acris demonstrates that the subject lot was owned in common by lot 18, 20, and 17 were all held in common in 2021. The subject applicant owns lot 20 and lot 17.
But then it's totally incorrectly represented in the
Yes.
title.
Thank you.
Okay.
So while the applicant did submit a lot study of lots 36, 114, and 18, I believe it's my position that their representations contained in their lot study with respect to lot 18 are incorrect, as there was common ownership in 2021 from the sale or the purchase from, just bear with me, a Desiree Ryan that owned all 3, or the estate of Miriam Ryan and other parties, including Desiree Ryan, which owned all 3 lots. This owner then filed a zoning lot description for the subject lot on lot 17. I think it's something that the board should have the applicant address, whether the hardship was created by a predecessor in title.
Okay. Okay, I forgot to read Commissioner Shetta's comments regarding this case. Did the applicant submit a lot area width study? If not, please provide. If request is granted as is, it appears the subject lot would be favored over the properties in the area. Why wouldn't it be possible to redesign considering a semi-detached condo with one side yard, say 4 or 5 feet? Which is kind of what I was saying, that if you kind of scale it, if you make it a 2-family, you can provide a little bit of a side yard and still provide a very robust, a reasonable floor plate that is typical in this area and would be marketable also. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Okay, do you want me to call these separately or together?
I think we should, okay, so I'm going to make a suggestion, commissioners, that we, I know we had to review them separately, but the following 2 cases, because programmatically they're tied together, I recommend that we call them together and give our comments together, but where they need to be separated, you may want to call it out by each building, especially if there are design or, calculation related things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2023-04BZ 20207BZ, which is 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn, and 2023-05BZ, which is 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn.
Okay, so we received proof of services and initial filing and proofs of hearing for both of these cases. Community Board has approved both of these cases and recommended that storing trash, food waste, and recycle be inside the site until collected. With regards to 2170 McDonald's Avenue, we received 1 letter of support, and with regards to the Avenue T building, we received 1 letter of support, 2 letters of opposition stating concerns regarding blocking natural, the proposed development will block natural light and air to abutting buildings, and there would be increased traffic and there would be parking pollution. So the actions are slightly different. So I'm going to read out first the action with regards to McDonald's side. This is an application for a variance to enlarge an existing 2-story use group 3 nursery and a pre-K school, and an amendment to a previously approved special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-19. The site is located, both the sites are located in an M11 zoning district. The action related to the Avenue T site is it's an application for a variance for bulk modification and a special permit pursuant to section 73-19 to permit the expansion of an existing 2-story use group 3 nursery that is located on the McDonald's site onto the subject site. So the McDonald's site has been under BSA jurisdiction since 2008, when a special permit was granted for a conversion of a manufacturing office building into a school. This was a pre-existing non-complying building in terms of rear yard. And the board had at that time put a limit on on student enrollment to 500. The applicant is proposing the schools, stating that the school's enrollment has increased since the original grant, and the school needs additional space for classrooms, library, therapy space, gym, outdoor, indoor play area, typical programming space that goes with a school of this size. So the applicant is proposing an enlargement of the existing 2-story school building at the McDonald's site and a new construction that would be a 5-story plus cellar building on the Avenue T site. The applicant states that by developing and enlarging on the combined lots, the school will be able to accommodate the demand, and while the 2 school buildings would be connected and will function as one school, the buildings would be treated as two separate buildings per zoning resolution section 1210. So with regards to the McDonald's side, the amendment would be to increase the capacity, and the variance would allow for an encroachment into the existing rear yard. Currently, the building on McDonald's is a T-shaped building, and there are two open areas that are located on two ends, on the north and the south end, that is used as an outdoor play area. The applicant is proposing to build two-story enlargements on both of these ends and provide the open space play area on the roof. Just for simplicity of reviewing these plans, and this goes for both the McDonald's and the Avenue T, I would like the applicant to use color scheme and then line shading to show the area of existing non-compliance and the proposed new non-compliance for the McDonald Avenue. And on the Avenue T, it's a very small lot area, so trying to show the various setbacks and floor area and other encroachment, it is becoming very difficult to read the floor plan to even know what is actually happening on the floor, which room utilization. So I had difficulty reading it. So I would like the applicant, and when it gets Xeroxed, it would be even more difficult to review it. So please use combination of color scheme and shading, line drawing to kind of differentiate these different areas of encroachment and non-compliancy. I would like the applicant to provide an engineering report or a fire department sign off confirming that the fire suppression elements as required for the McDonald building has been provided. With regards to the Avenue T, the applicant is seeking a variance to vary the height, the setback, street wall height, sky exposure plane, and FAR, and of course, a special permit to allow school in a manufacturing district. So the combined total development floor area on these two sites would be 45,490 square foot, which is over 2.5 FAR. The permitted is 2.4. And the total combined student will be 17, I'm sorry. So I want to go through the variance findings. So since this is an educational institution. Institutions are afforded deference to the Cornell Doctrine, and the existing building on McDonald's is a legally non-complying building with existing rear yard. The programmatic need the applicant provided, I found it to be very helpful and clear and thorough. However, based on the programmatic need, growth factor, the student to teacher and class size and utilization rate, the proposed combined development is reasonable. And the additional need for accessory spaces like gym, multipurpose room, these are all reasonable and typically provided in schools of this scale. With regards to neighborhood character, so first let me talk about the McDonald's side. No increase in height and the front is proposed and along the front lot line. Only the bulk will increase along the rear lot line abutting the residential use, and the play area would be located on the roof abutting the rear lot line. The rear yard study, that has been provided shows that the abutting buildings along the residential lot line have rear yard that is far less than 30 foot deep. So I would like the applicant to clarify why a proposed rooftop play area can't be located along McDonald Avenue frontage, as this will have minimal noise disturbance to abutting residential use. Alternatively, provide noise attenuation fencing along these rear lot lines, which I would still prefer it to be along the Manhattan Avenue, McDonald Avenue frontage. I don't know if any noise analysis has been conducted. It should be, given that it's fronting abutting McDonald Avenue, which has an elevated subway line. Regarding curbside parking, The combined street frontage along McDonald Avenue is 265, and there already is no standing sign for from 8 to 4, and there is an additional no standing sign from 7 to 5 p.m. for the remainder of the block, which serves the other branch of the Megan David Yeshiva. And the applicant is stating that the pickup and the drop off for the elementary school, for the early childhood center and the elementary school, which is the next school, will not overlap. And the early childhood center will benefit from having these two no standing zones and such. My question is, first of all, on the two site plans, indicate the two no standing zones with hours indicated. Also provide the elementary school drop-off pickup to confirm that there will be no conflict. I understand what the elementary drop-off pickup hours are. With regards to the trash storage, the applicant is proposing to use the trash storage at a 321 Avenue T building. The applicant is proposing to use that street frontage of McDonald's for van and passenger pickup and drop-off. Since the sites are two separate zoning lot, I want to know from my general counsel if it needs, anybody can advise. No, it's okay. If an agreement is needed, sorry, this is a question for you. Since these are going to be treated as two separate zoning lots and the trash enclosure is going to be located and some of the common operations are going to be located in another building, should there be an agreement that will ensure in future that if there is any change in operator, that the site would be able to operate and its functional needs would be still attended to?
Yeah, there will need to be an agreement, whether that be by easement or restrictive declaration or both.
Okay.
But I guess the better question is, why do these need to be treated as two separate zoning lots?
Yeah, I kind of was agnostic. If it can save the problem, combine them.
Yes.
I agree. Okay. With regards to self-created, applicant needs to provide an ownership of the abutting lots. With regards to minimal, while the ask is minimal, I need the applicant to provide response to finding C to meet the neighborhood character finding. The applicant states that vertical enlargement at McDonald's side would require retrofitting the building to accommodate additional load. It will be expensive and disruptive to the existing school operation. The applicant needs to elaborate the argument why an alternate bulk form with reduced scope of bulk waivers at both sites would not serve the programmatic need. For example, on Avenue T, you locate all the multipurpose rooms, library, gym, therapy room, and on the McDonald's side, you add one extra floor with the similar footprint as the lower, like a T-shaped footprint, one floor, which would allow for 14 to 16 classrooms, and you would still be able to maintain an open space on the ground floor. So the applicant needs to go through a narrative and explain why any of these other things will not be viable with regard and minimize the waiver. So moving on to the finding of the special permit. And this is, I think, better since McDonald's side has already gone through the approval. A and B are findings are not applicable. With regards to the T site, the applicant did do an alternate site search. And the criteria that was used was that it had to be a building with a footprint of 45,000 square foot. It had to be fully substantially built so that there won't be any added cost to construction. But then somewhere along the statement, it says that to avoid extra construction of running and maintaining two separate buildings. So that leads me to the question is then why was a 45,000 square foot building area searched? If I assumed you would look for it so that you could locate both the operations in one building. If you were considering to maintain two separate buildings, then the footprint could have been much smaller. It could have been 25,000 square foot. So that's a question mark I had. And actually, before I go to the findings of section 7319, I just want to make sure that the school does meet the definition of 1210 as the documents provided by the applicant, and also, as you know, prior board did acknowledge this to be a school and granted the special permit. So with regards,
Jella, I'm sorry, Project Manager Jella Pringa has a hand up.
okay,
Sorry, before you.
okay, yes, please go ahead, Ms. Pringa.
Hi, sorry. You may continue. I can go at the end.
Oh, okay, that's,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Thanks.
Okay, so with regards to finding C and D, this applies to both the sites. The proposed enlargement would provide an STC rating of 45 for windows and exterior wall. And the notes have been added to that effect to both the plans. Now, the prior grant accepted a window wall attenuation for the existing building, and the applicant needs to confirm that such window wall attenuation of STC rating of 45 at a window and exterior wall has been provided for both the enlargement and for the existing building at McDonald, I'm sorry. But more importantly, I seem to remember from my days when I used to cover SECRA, I was told by my noise expert then was that STC rating is different from DBA. The tech memo states that a 45 dBA window wall attenuation, and my understanding is a 45 dBA is not the same as an STC rating of 45. So that needs to be clarified and need to ensure that you're meeting the 45 dBA window wall attenuation, which was reviewed by the prior board for the existing McDonald building. Also need to confirm if the increased vehicular traffic would have adverse effect. I don't know if it requires a DEP or DOT review. With regards to finding D, the applicant needs to demonstrate the increased student body and resulting van and car drop-off and pickup will not impact traffic flow on this on-site parking supply. Applicant needs to conduct a survey of the carpooling to establish the auto trip and provide an operational plan regarding how the drop-off, pickup, and students are being guided through the site. Also, I'm wondering, will the school crossing guard be required at Avenue T and McDonald's intersection and Avenue S and McDonald intersections? Because these are the two intersections that is closest to the site and close from the catchment area. There is one open DOB violation for the McDonald's building, and which is regarding the energy efficiency. So, sorry for my lengthy comments. Ms. Prenga.
I think that.
Hi, sorry about that. I was, John Daly did
Echoing.
contact. Hello?
Jelly echoing.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to stop that. Maybe because of my proximity to the room, but I'll be quick. John Daly did email in response to the review session comments and said that the premises are protected by a sprinkler and fire alarm systems. Both of these systems have been tested and their permits are current.
Great, that is fantastic. Thank you. I guess it was sent out while we were in review, so I didn't get the chance to review it. Thank you for that. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I have nothing further to add. I would again state that this is a.
Could you please turn on your mic?
Sure. I agree with the comments made by the chair. I have nothing to, no further comments to add.
You were going to say something.
I believe that this is a small ask. It's just that they have to go through the steps to get it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with a lot of your comments, Chair. I agree most specifically with the idea that this is being evaluated as if it's two separate projects. And I think the two separate projects is not doing the overall project justice and is also doing a disservice to the neighbors. So I feel if this were considered to be one zoning lot, there's a better way of arraying the space across the both zoning lots, so it would have as little an impact as possible on the neighbors behind. Yes, it is in an M1 zone, but it is bordering a residential occupancy. And there should be consideration given to those people. And I feel that the person along Avenue T is really going to suffer from a 5-story building built to the lot lines. And then also an extension of the existing school at McDonald on the southern portion of the site in the rear. It's almost like it's going to completely enclose them. It's not fair to them. So I really think that the applicant should take a little extra time and evaluate this as if this is one site and spread that extra floor area across the larger building that's on McDonald. Those are my general thoughts about that. I did find the programmatic needs in terms of the amount of space. They needed to be reasonable, so I don't have questions about that. But I did have the similar question to you about protection of the surrounding rear yards from noise in the outdoor play areas, which are now going to be higher than the lot line fences. And so the noise is just going to flow very freely across the lot lines unless they have sound attenuation fence, which means that they should be doing noise measurements on the roof. As for the 7319 findings, finding D, and I'm going to say this really for both sites, it should be analyzed considering the increased amount of vans that are going to be used given the increase in population, but also, as they say in their papers, they're encouraging more and more of the existing population to come by those school vans and not use carpooling. And so these vans each hold 10 to 11 students. There's going to be an additional 155 students. You can't do your analysis based only on 14 vans, which are currently in use now. So you're going to have to project the portion of existing students that are going to be converting to van use, and also then project the number of the newly proposed additional students that are also going to be using the vans, get a total number of vans, and then tell us how those vans are going to operationally deliver students and then take students away at the end of the day without disrupting traffic. Now, as for the site search in Avenue T, which could also be, this could also be avoided if they analyze this as if it's one site. But the site search for Avenue T suffers from a similar situation that I point out in other site searches, because it's looking at lots that really are not available. And so what they need to do is they need to ask the realtor the question. Hi, Mr. or Mrs. Realtor. I'm looking for a site that can accommodate 45,000 square feet. Okay, we don't have those sites. We have 3 available sites, one of which can accommodate 30,000 square feet. No, that's too small. One of which can accommodate 5,000 square feet. No, that's really too small. And one that is not available yet, but won't be available for 5 years, but could accommodate 45,000 feet. Well, clearly that's not right. So it seems like they're backing into their solution. And I know there's a fine distinction here, but it's one that I continually make. You can't back into your site search conclusion. You really have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is how we look for properties. So that's.
I kept that answer, this whole explanation for you to answer, but I knew you do a better job than I do. Thank you. Any other comment?
No other comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree about the generally the space allocation and distribution on the site. Of course, the immediate reaction was to add another floor to the larger building. I went out there. The neighborhood is low scale residential when you're past the main frontage on McDonald. So I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that it's not fair to the residential neighbors to create such a large, massive project on the corner relative to what the existing context is. I think there are other alternatives for distribution and space, and also about the play area on the roof seems strangely locked into these corners where they used to be, which is exactly adjacent to all of their residential neighbors.
Right. And now.
Don't understand why it can't be somewhere else where it would be further attenuated, in addition to any attenuation they provide, but just distance wise further from their residential neighbors.
You know, and from what both of you said, just click something. I don't know if the applicant showed what the current utilization of the outdoor play area is. Now, granted, there will be now a multipurpose room and a gym. So you end up having maybe some extra spaces for activities. But with an addition of so many classrooms, will there be a difference in the utilization of the outdoor play area? So my feeling is that it's going to be used even more with more aggressive, it will be used more frequently than currently used. So even the outdoor play area that is there now, it needs to be, if you're going to retain, it needs to be more attenuated, and to ensure that the continuous and increased amount of utilization does not become a nuisance for the neighbors.
Right. And I mean, I'm going to say something that's probably very obvious, but this site is really, really close to the train, the elevated subway. So it's not like I think the kids should be right next to the subway tracks either. I know, but it's a big roof area. So hopefully we can find there can be some other way to a combination of materials used and location and distribution on the site that makes this a compromise between the kind of different noise factors that we're dealing with. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And no, there are no comments. All right, thank you. This was a very long review session.
Okay.
Wait,
Miss Benke.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did have a
It's okay.
question for Ms. Benke. What's the status on the environmental review?
Excuse me, we received a revised EAS. It was sent for a hazmat DOT and LPC review. Just recently, we received the EAS, and they also said they're working on a noise analysis, and the air quality we received, but I just need confirmation if there's any backup data to go with that. And usually we send those together, air quality and noise. But again, if there's any changes to the plan that will affect air quality or noise, we can't send that until it's final. So
Did you say parking also?
we sent it to DOT seeker. Yes.
Oh, okay.
School safety, I don't believe they review preschools. So
All right, okay. So school safety is part of subset of DOT.
yeah, we usually do that separately in addition, for our findings. And we reached out to them and they said if it's preschool and nursery, they wouldn't review it. So, but DOT seeker will review it, and that's a number of DOT units. So.
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a long review process.
Right, they'll be looking at the assumptions that you were discussing in the EAS, so.
And correct me if I'm wrong about that whole STC, because I remember there is a difference between STC and DBA.
Yes.
Yeah. This one was worded a little differently than we were used to recently, so the applicant will have to confirm what.
But the reason it kind of flagged more so is because the tech memo that has been provided refers to 45 dBA window wall attenuation. It doesn't refer to STC, and my understanding is STC rating is lower than 45. 45 is lower than a 45 dBA window wall attenuation.
STC is what the sound that's lost.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
I believe so.
STC is a rating.
Of the window,
Of sound.
right? Isn't it?
It's this, you know what? I'm going to leave this to an expert. You are correct there. dBA is a unit of measuring sound, and the window needs to be able to attenuate 45 dBA.
Right.
The STC is the, I'm gonna stop here because there's logarithms involved. It gets quite complicated. But
That's why I'm not elaborating.
Yeah,
they are in fact different.
They are, that, okay, so.
But I
don't
wouldn't say one is
acknowledge
lower or higher than the other. They're just used in different ways.
Okay,
Okay, yes.
but we need to achieve the goal of 45 dBA. If the record is saying 45 dBA, it needs to achieve 45 dBA.
Yes,
That's it.
yes.
I was told is STC is lower than dBA. That's what I was told. This was on HPD projects that I was reviewing and I was like, no, you cannot rely on STC. It has to be dBA.
DB is what you get at the end, right?
DBA is
The
the
company-
volume.
STC is the traveling through something, how much is lost.
Okay,
DB is the result of what you're hearing.
DBA is a volume, a level of the actual sound. STC is how much sound is lost when traveling from one side to
which is
another.
what Vice Chair just said.
So,
It's-
it might have a higher DBA closer to the source and a lower DBA farther away, and that's different than its STC.
Right, okay. Okay, always learn something. This is great. We are at,
Wait.
oh, sorry.
So this concludes the public review session.
Yes, go ahead, please say that.
Okay, so now you want to,
This concludes the public review session. You said that?
yes, but now you
Okay.
want to.
So we are at 12:30 mark and we have been at this since then. So I'm going to suggest we take a 35-minute, actually make it 40 break because we generally take a 10-minute and then a 30-minute. So I'll add it together, make it a 40-minute break. And then we regroup for the public hearing. So
At what time is?
1:15, yes.
Okay, so we will resume at 1:15 to the public.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are live. We are streaming. We may proceed.
You. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for August 8th, 2023. We'll begin with the continued hearing items. Oh.
Closing, the vote,
The
the
what?
Butler Avenue.
We took the vote.
Oh, we did.
Did we do the vote?
Yes, we
Am I
did.
wrong?
My bad,
Okay.
my bad.
Sorry. I was wrong. 2021-71 BZ, 10531 76th Street, Queens.
think,
I think I have to be let in as a panelist.
Yeah. Is Hiram with you?
Yeah, Hiram and Sandy.
And Sandy Agnosio?
Yeah.
And no Rahul,
And who else?
Rahul. Last time Rahul was there. Abedin, Raul Abedin.
I
Oh,
don't-
yeah, he's the representative of the mosque.
I don't, do you have him? I don't see him. I don't see Raul.
He doesn't need to say anything, so if he can hear us, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, but I don't see him on the list. That's what I'm just saying.
okay, so then if he's not needed, then we don't need him. Okay,
I don't
Okay,
think you had any mosque specific questions, more architectural and DOT, so.
right, okay.
and Sandy also.
Yeah.
See, I can't let her in. I'm sorry. I can't let her in. Sandy, are you coming in? Oh, no. This
There.
year. Okay, raise your hands. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Elise Fullader from Eric Planick PDC. I'm here with Sandy from Caliendo's office, I'm representative of the architect, and Hiram for the EAS. Sandy, would you like me or you to go through the design comments to just affirm that we heard them? Either could work. I don't really care.
Either way, I took notes in the review session. I could go through them.
I want to step on your toes.
Notes to be added to the plan, including, we should indicate how the opacity material for the fencing will be provided, notes regarding the energy system, and that we should revise the rendering to remove the signage since it seems that it doesn't comply with the zoning, and we'll be happy to do that. We'll make those changes very quickly.
All right.
Okay. And then Hiram's been in contact with the DOT, so he can tell you an update for that. Hiram? to
Good
you.
afternoon, Hiram Rothschild for the applicant. We received a letter from DOT on June 15th, which was a week away from the summer blackout period when no work could be performed. Unfortunately, the letter from DOT requires some additional on-street analyses to be done. We were negotiating or trying to present an argument to DOT to let us do it during the summer months. But just yesterday, they said, no, we would have to wait till September before we could go out and do any new parking surveys or mosque surveys or traffic, whatever. So we have to wait till September. It's going to take us probably the month of September to do all of our work and make a submission to DOT. And that's where we're at.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful information. Any other questions from the team, from our commissioners? Okay. I don't think we had anything. I'm just looking through. Yeah, so with regards to the treatment of the railing, the noise attenuating along the railing, whatever you're proposing, please provide a sample as to what that would be. sometimes people put these rubber material hung from the fence, and that ends up kind of tearing over time with wind. So if you want to provide more of a solid fence there that is opaque instead of a wrought iron fence along the northern lot line, that would be fine too. And you can keep the wrought iron fence for the remaining portion of the frontage. That may be one way. Commissioner Yoon, what do you think? Because I generally have found that if you tie those noise abatement rubber kind of structure to the fence, they come undone over time, and they kind of then at the end start defeating they defeat the purpose. So maybe the portion of the lot line that is abutting a residential can be a solid fence, and the rest can be the wrought iron fence that's being proposed.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So this way you may not have to, to two things, and I mean, that may also save you some cost, and overall from a design wise, you'll achieve a better residential appearance along the lot line.
We'll be happy to provide that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, before I go, I just want to advise the board that the city uses OITC. They don't use STC anymore.
And what does that do then?
OITC is a newer rating system that's specifically designed for measuring the sound transmission for frequency noises through exterior walls.
So where does I only understand DBA. So where does DBA?
Well, I wanted to end the conversation there. It's like Tracy and everybody else.
No. You're adding to the confusion, I think. I just wanted to know where DBA falls in this analysis. That's all. Because at the end of the day, we are looking at, you have to provide a window wall attenuation of X dBA. So I want to know where does that come out of the ITC then? That comes out of the noise measurements. That when you go out in the field, if you measure something, for instance, that has a 70 dBA, that's the noise measurement of the noise. And the OITC requirement would be the 45 window. 45 what?
So I would suggest if later in the day you have Jean or Kevin on from GZA, that they're much more expert in it than I am.
Okay, all right. But everybody's adding
Thank you.
2 bit to this. Thank you, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
All right, always learning something. Thank you. So if there aren't any questions, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're discussing is 2021-71 BC, 105-3176 Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, you would call in on 646-558-8656. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll enter the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press
star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. Once again, that number is 646-558-8656, and our webinar ID number, because my mic was off, is 898-8205-2006 and the pound sign. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in or recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
So it seems really the big outstanding issue here is the SECRA review.
Which we're gonna do in September.
Right, so that's going to be in September, so nothing before October. You probably will hear anything from DEP on this.
It's DOT.
Oh, sorry, DOT, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Right, DOT.
And we wouldn't be able to go out to the field. The first week would be September 11th. that's the first full week when school starts, that won't be impacted by some of the religious holidays.
Right, so then you're looking more towards like November, possible.
Well, we would have a submission hopefully towards the end of September, early October.
Okay.
And then it's up to DOT's timeframe for review.
Well, let me ask you, I know the amount of fixing of the drawings and everything will not take that long. That can be turned around very quickly. But the real holdup would be the DOT. I don't want to call in just to review the plan and then another one. I'd rather do all of them at the same time. That way we can leave a space for a more, another application that needs the hearing in September. So what I will do is, I think best would be that you coordinate with the project manager. I think Jella in this case, right? And identify when you think you would be able to have a hearing, can have everything lined up. I think it seems to be more possibly end of October or early November. You know, by the time we would have gotten the DOT response, I'm also factoring in the DOT response. So end of October, by then you would have submitted and DOT would have hopefully would have started reviewing. If not, definitely by November, DOT would have looked at something.
And can we not, there's no possibility of closing, correct? Because we need DOT's opinion.
Yeah, because, well, this is hold on. This is a variance.
Mhm.
I think the application has met all the findings, though traffic is a component of the neighborhood character to some extent. But it's more with regards to parking because you're seeking parking as a waiver.
Isn't the analysis, Hiram, for pedestrian or something?
It'll be pedestrians and parking.
Oh, and parking, okay.
And parking, yes.
Okay.
If it makes it, it's not, you know, a huge analysis. It's something that we submit all the time for religious institutions and yeshivas to DOT.
Okay. Commissioners, what do you think? Are you comfortable with closing?
Yes.
Okay, I think majority are. Oh, okay.
So then you could put it out like a further, you know, if we don't have to go twice, then
Yeah, the only thing keep in mind, if there is any change, the analysis requires any changes, then we'll have to open it up. We'll have to open the application.
Okay.
So, okay. I
Want to close it?
Yeah, make a recommendation to close.
Motion to close,
Becau-
Chair Shonda.
But okay, so I just want to say close, but the record stays open. And the reason we are closing it because the findings of 7221 are being met.
Okay, Chair Shonda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Young.
Aye.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much.
2022-46 BZ 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
This would be
Alexia Landsman
Alexia.
and Richard Lobel.
And no Jason Diaz.
I don't think so. I was thinking- And John Daly's here.
Okay.
Alexia, you got it?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Raise your right hand. Tell Mr. Lobel. Raise your right hands.
I
I'm sorry. Anyone else?
Yes, we have David Moskowitz on the phone, the applicant, but I believe he's joining by phone. His phone number is
550?
yes, exactly. And then Jason Diaz, and we have, I believe, Alex.
See Jason. You see, do you have Jason?
No, I don't see Jason Diaz.
They're, I think they're,
Who else,
hold on one moment.
There's another phone number ending at 917, ending at 343.
I'm not sure. I know that Alec Militic should be in the.
Yes, I do see
Alexander,
that.
okay, got Alexander.
And then I believe his colleagues as well, but I would confirm with him.
Okay, I think we're good then.
All right. Okay.
So.
Is Barry Grossman part of your team?
Alec, is there anybody else joining from your team?
You want to unmute Mr. Militek? Is it Jeff Rubin?
Yes, he will be joining. Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
And Jason Diaz also, or no? I don't see Jason Diaz.
Unless he's,
He's one of the
unless.
caller in.
I think Jeff can advise who from his team is joining. Jeff, is anyone else joining?
If you have Alec and myself, I think that's fine.
Okay, so then we're all set.
Okay, can you, is he a panelist? Is he joining as panelist? I don't see him. He's got his hand up. Why can't I put him as panelist? Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. Guess I'm not co-host. All right. And can you unmute the person who's in 550? So that I can swear everyone in, please? Alex, please. Mr. Militek, sorry, I apologize. You see your first name.
Or I'm unmuted.
David, can you press *6 to unmute?
Who is David?
That's the.
That's a 550.
Yes, okay, we're all set.
Okay, Mr. Militek, you're not showing visible?
I can't access my video right now. Give me a moment.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please
Yes.
state your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Chair, Commissioners, I'll start. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC, representing Talman Torah Denitra. We attended the executive session and are familiar with the board's comments. So I think that there was kind of one central item, which was the roof, as well as the fenced area in the roof. The implications in terms of quality play area for students at the school, and other implications on the building. And then there were additional comments with regards to program needs, et cetera, which we're happy to address and to clarify on the record. As a gating item, I would say that the applicant, we've had a rather thorough discussion as an applicant team, and it seems that the applicant, judging from the board's comments as well as operations of the school, might be better served to increase that 420 square foot play area. And so has, basically is going to propose submitting revised materials upon resubmission to the board, which enlarge that play area, as well as, all of the associated items that would be needed in terms of an enlarged play area on the roof. So we're hopeful that that can address a number of the board's comments. We know that a number of them address the small size of that area, whether or not it was sufficient for the student body, whether or not the school would be able to adequately ensure supervision and prevent students from exceeding that 420 square feet. So we just wanted to, at the outset, say that we heard, and we'd like to, at the board's discretion, enlarge that area.
That would then require a revision to the noise study also. Okay.
Understood. So continuing, I think that there was a discussion with regards to, there was some confusion, and we apologize if it was not clarified in the materials as to the boys' school versus the girls, the boys' school versus the girls' school, and the choice of site. Alexia, maybe you'd like to kind of talk
Yes.
a little bit.
Happy to. So currently the boys elementary school is located at the 1005 Bedford location, and then the boys high school is in a separate location. What the applicant is proposing is to increase 1005 Bedford because they plan to keep the girls' school as elementary school and high school. So the number of students are similar, but currently the boys have 2 locations to accommodate their elementary school and high school, whereas the girls will only have this one school. Additionally, I think it's important to note that the layouts in the classrooms are slightly different. For the boys, they're doing study, and so they have long tables in their classroom, which allow them to have more boys sitting in the classroom, whereas the girls have individual desks. So that also goes into why they need more space and why they're asking for this.
And I believe when Alexia says study, it's specifically certain Torah study that the boys are responsible for as part of their religious education.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, we're happy to clarify this again in an upcoming submission in a cover letter, as well as provide photos of the 5th floor and the enclosed area on the 2nd floor as the board requested.
So if I understand it, the boys' school will require additional program spaces that are different from a girls' school?
Not additional, just they have more students that can fit per classroom. So the girls actually have individual desks for their classes, and so they have less space in the individual classrooms to accommodate
Okay.
the students. Also, the board was asking for clarification with regards to the preschool or the kindergarten. To clarify, the school will be from kindergarten all the way to high school, which is elementary school and high school. And again, we'll clarify that in a cover letter.
Okay.
Also, with regards to the proposed windows, I think David can be the best person to address that.
Just a suggestion, if it can be done and if it helps, I mean, you end up having at least some natural light coming in. That's why I suggested it.
David, if you hear, so the board had requested windows for the floors to be facing the park on the 2nd floor, I believe, and the 5th floor. So in opaque windows to allow more natural light.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, because that's where you have the classes facing the side lot line.
And so we can go back and discuss that with the architect and get back to the board with regards to the design. With regards to finding C, again, I just want to elaborate that this variance is just to enclose the 5th floor in the back. And so the building wouldn't change from the facade as far as the way it looks in the neighborhood and the way it fits into the neighborhood. But I wanted to just elaborate based on the proposed expansion of the rooftop play area. I believe the fence will likely have to stay in place to keep the students safe.
Yes, I think we were questioning as to why there's a need for that fencing if students are going to be contained in a much smaller area for play activity. That's why that question was raised. But I also want to bring up, therefore, the issue of I'm looking through my notes as to needing that waiver of sprinkler. I think if you're going to have an occupancy of more than 30, then on the roof, then I don't think you can seek a waiver of automatic sprinkler in the classrooms for the floors on 1 through 5.
Yeah, Chair, we'll make sure that
Through us, no, but I just want to be clear that that's off the table, and you can confirm that in your next letter.
Understood, Chair.
Right. Okay, but that's your understanding also, right?
Yes, so with the enlargement of the space, we will make sure that the entire building is compliant with the fire department regulations and building code. Yes.
Is Chief Daly here?
He's there.
Okay, I think I had a couple of questions for Chief Daly.
Madam Chair.
Yes. I know you did, the fire department did a survey and found the rooftop to be compliant. If we were to extend the entire roof area for play, for students to play, will that still be complying with the access, for emergency access?
Yeah, as per the latest submitted plan, showing the fence away from the parapet wall, the fire department has no objection to that.
Okay, all right. You just can't have play equipments kind of in the middle of it, along the pathway and things like that.
But we do understand that we play equipment up on the roof area, and we just ask that they keep it away from the two exit stairs, and we're good.
Okay. And you heard about my question about the sprinkler, the waiver for the sprinkler.
To be honest, the fire department, we'd love to have everything sprinkled, the entire roof.
But in this case, the applicant is seeking a waiver, so I'm just connect. I don't think now that waiver can be granted if the rooftop is going to be used and occupied by more than 30 people.
Well, that waiver would have to be sought from the Department of Buildings, not from the fire department.
Ah, okay. Okay, all right. So we have to add a note to the plan saying that all floors will be sprinklered. Please add a note to the plans that all floors will be sprinklered.
Understood.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Otley Brown, did the statement made adequate with regards to the switching the boys and the girls?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it clarified that it really wasn't based on the rate of growth of the student body. It was more the layout of the space that was
Mhm.
the thing that was pushing them to do the switch. So I'm glad for that clarification, and also for the clarification of the preschool to 12th grade, meaning kindergarten to 12th grade in this
Mhm.
case.
Okay.
So at the next submission, we are providing photographs. We're going to provide revised plans. We will provide a noise study with regards to the new space on the roof. We will provide a cover letter highlighting the programmatic needs. And I believe that was the bulk of the comments. I think that's everything.
I think so. I think we have had such a lengthy hearing and so many comments. If I am not, if I'm failing to remember what I stated and what others stated, my apologies, but please do go through our executive hearing and just make sure you have responded to all the questions that have been raised, not only at this hearing, but the previous hearing.
Understood. Chair, is there any possibility that we can close today and provide all these?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it has not been, the finding has not been established yet. Yeah, Commissioner Yoon has a question.
I had a question. We've discussed floor area and fences a couple of times. This is the proposed plan from the most recent submission where they've got the setback according to FDN access requirements from the streets. Would it be appropriate to ask for a ZRD1 determination to see if this perimeter, which is greater than 33%, would constitute an enclosure and trigger floor area because this is a floor area waiver?
I know this is a question Commissioner Yoon has raised earlier, and I think this may be a good time to get a ZRD1 reading. And I think your team is well equipped to do that. So this would help clarify our big doubt. And we see these cases with a lot of schools. So I would suggest we start with this, especially given that we have an extensive boundary along the fence, along the property line with the fence.
So I apologize, Commissioner Yoon, can you please just reiterate that statement again?
Yes, sorry. I was referring also to a conversation that we've had in the past. So according to the zoning resolution definition in 1210 subsection N, what is included in floor area, there's an extensive definition about fences that are 4'6" high and not less than 50% open, or parapets that are 3'8" high. Anything that's enclosed in something that is higher than those thresholds, it triggers floor area. And so because we've discussed a bit on the board in past cases about when that floor area is triggered, and is it when it's at the perimeter, when it's too high, et cetera, et cetera. And so we've asked a prior applicant, and I think on this case, I'd like a ZRD1 from DOB to understand if this configuration would trigger floor area, as I believe it would.
Okay, so,
Because this is the floor area variance,
Right.
we would need to add that to the overall ask.
right, so, thank you for clarifying that. So, as with every BSA grant, the applicant is required to otherwise comply with DOB as well as their reviews. So to the extent that the floor area exceeded what was granted by the board, obviously it's in the best interest of the applicant to not be required to come back to the board for an additional or expanded waiver. So having said that, without consulting with the applicant, I don't think we have any issue in principle in getting a ZRD, but I do want to at least talk to them about it to the extent that this is something which they may have previously looked at, or we can otherwise provide comfort. We would handle it in that manner. But having said that, I understand the request, and we don't have anything in principle. We don't have anything against going for a ZRD. I just don't want to presume that without having spoken to them first.
I just want to add for Mr. Lobel and the applicant team's sake. Commissioner, you referred to the N as in Nancy or Nevada definition of floor area, which, the applicant team is very well versed, can likely reconcile this without the cost and time burden of a ZRD, and then lower the fence or the parapet to the extent that they need to go further. I can share screen. It's 1210's a long section to scroll through. The end section is pretty thorough and formulaic. If the applicant team thinks that they need to go forward for a ZRD1, go ahead. But you might be able to just read this and consult with your architect.
Okay, understood. And I guess alternatively, we would potentially revise the variance request to add additional space, which would be included within floor area.
Yes, I have to say, I'm little bit hesitant, especially in this case, because moment I feel that the moment the board is going to allow an increase in floor area, it's a matter of time. We're going to see an application where that is going to become another covered space for a future classroom with a roof on top of it. And this is just an incremental growth of building structure over the other. And so I'm very, very hesitant on that. So I would prefer that you're not asking for a floor area increase, but address it in a way where it is not a floor area increase.
Understood, Chair. I think we understand the issue involved. I think we'll work incrementally here and be in touch with staff with regards to our review and what we could potentially do here.
Yeah, that would be great. And we appreciate your understanding the issue, because this is now becoming an increasingly a central issue. And I think this is the first time it's been brought to our attention. And now that it is, we need to kind of make sure we have a very clear understanding of it going forward, so that there's no misunderstanding or misrepresentation of the definition of 1210.
And just to be clear, Chair, I believe what you're saying is that we have gotten to this point in this application based on a demonstration of programmatic needs justifying floor area that was premised upon the rooftop not counting as floor area. To now include that would require a revisitation of the essential finding and programmatic need of this applicant to justify its use of the further floor area.
Yeah, and I think that can be done, but then I think we always associate floor area with a covered space, and I think it's just a matter of time and it's a demand or should. And hopefully the school succeeds, and when that happens, it ends up being adding another floor, and I'm just really worried about that. I don't think the space can accommodate any more floors. It's really maxed out. So that's why I'm being very, very hesitant in wanting to allow additional floor area on this site, even though visually it may not be so. Regarding the question, can we close it? No, because I think the findings have still not been established. So those need to be established. Programmatic need is one element, but we still need to review it. The noise and other components are still there, and the need for the space, all of those things still need to fall in place. So there's still some open and ZRD1 is going to be another part that's going to require a complete reassessment of the ask. Any questions from the applicant team for us? Any questions for the applicant team from our board? Let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022 46 BZ 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number as 898-205, and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. How much time are they looking for?
So I think we need some time to do the study, to revise the plans, to prepare ZRD1 if we decide to go that route. I would probably say October, but I want to talk to Jeff and Alec to see how long a noise study would take, and Richard as well, if he wants to jump in.
Yeah, I think you would definitely would be either most likely the second half of October is more realistic, because September there are a lot of holidays, religious holidays. So you want to, you have whatever left of August and then remaining bit of September. So maybe latter part of October is more appropriate, but reach out to a project manager and let us know. But right now I'm putting you down for October.
And submit the noise study as soon as possible, because we did discuss this once with DEP. So if any changes, we'd like to discuss with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you. Have a good summer.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a little.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
they're coming back. 2022 51 BZ 10720 154th Street, Queens.
Okay, this is Ms. Agnostu.
Agnostu.
Yeah.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Sandy Anagnostu, representing the applicant. I listened to the comments in the review session. One of the comments was regarding the statement of facts, page 4. The C finding, statement of findings, excuse me, the C finding to change the wording. We mentioned in error, actually, predominantly detached, which is incorrect. So the area is predominantly attached homes and semi-detached,
Right.
and we'll correct that.
And it helps your argument also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. And then regarding the relocation of the stair, at the last hearing, the comment was, the concern rather was there were some trees along Shore Avenue, and the location of that entry stair, the concern was that with the 18-foot deep front yard that we were proposing at that time, that may impact the line of sight. We're at the stop sign on Shore Avenue. So since we've now changed the front yard to a 10-foot depth, that stair, first of all, I think by doing that, the house is pushed further forward onto 154th Street, and then that tree is on Shore Avenue is actually behind. So it's a lot better. This design works a lot better. And then we shifted the entry stair closer to Shore Avenue and kind of centered it at the center of the building. But if we can shift it back to where it was originally, if the board feels that this is an issue, we can.
No, I mean, I think it does. Yeah, my comment is I'm if you're making the statement that this will improve the line of sight, I don't agree with that, because you're bringing it closer to the intersection, and with a reduced yard frontage, having this further away from the intersection, I think answers the question, not the other way, not the other way around. Commissioner Yoon, do you?
Yeah, I thought the revision was good, and
Revision was, oh, you were good?
I was
Okay.
good, yeah.
And she's the architect, so I'm going to rely on her. This was just my look at it, but if the architect is saying good, then it's fine with me.
Okay.
That's why we have experts. And why am I going to overrule my expert?
And we as applicants very much value the input of all of your professionals, architects, and everyone on the board. Other than that, I just want to update the board regarding the community board. We did meet with community board twice thus far with the land use zoning committee, and there's another committee meeting scheduled for September 5th. And the public hearing is scheduled for September 20th. So they haven't voted on this matter yet. However, they did make a couple of recommendations, which we've responded to and we will discuss in the upcoming meeting. And if the board
Can you
would
share with us what were the
Sure.
recommendations?
So they wanted us to provide direct access to the parking area from the second floor apartment, which was kind of a problem for us to rearrange the floor plans to accommodate that, but
Okay.
we're looking at that possibility. Then specify the type and height of fencing along the lot lines shared with the adjacent property. We revised the plan to show that. They preferred a one-family home as opposed to a two-family. But I feel strongly that we have demonstrated that this area is predominantly two-family, and it's also an R5 zoning district, which permits it two families as of right. That's not a waiver that we're seeking. And also, they wanted us to, one of their suggestions was to provide no front yard along Shore Avenue, as opposed to what we're currently proposing, a 4'6" front yard, and to provide a greater distance between the existing building and the proposed building on 154th Street. But if you look at the site plan, there is at least, we have a 3-foot side yard that we're proposing, and then there's at least another 12 feet between our property line, side yard property line and the adjacent building. So that's at least 15 feet between buildings. And I know, I mean, in the past, the board would rather we provide some kind of buffer as opposed to just building the building on the lot line on the front yard. Typically, they want us to provide some sort of front yard. So those were the recommendations that the community board made to us.
Okay.
And we're working with them. We want their support and value their input as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let us know what the outcome of it is. So this is going to be in September.
Yes.
Public hearings. So you won't know before, it would be after our September hearing. So I think more like an October follow-up.
I'd like to comment that I think maintaining a front yard, even though it's a smaller front yard on Shore Avenue, is important. Having visited this site, and I think that having some relief from the street line is important in this neighborhood. And so I think the compromise that is presented seems appropriate. That's my personal opinion.
And I second that. All right, so how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
These, 1 week.
Okay. Well, we are waiting for the community board. We need to get the community board vote and their recommendations. We anyway wouldn't vote it out until we get that. So let's go to the public first.
Sure.
And we can then finalize the next steps.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2022-51 BZ 10720 154th Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the web, I'm sorry, and our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. When you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the telephone if you're calling in by phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. I think we are better off calling it for a follow-up. I would actually recommend closing this because it has met all the findings. And if the community board concerns, should you need to revise anything with regards to the community board concerns, you can submit those revised drawings and indicate those and explain that in the covered letter. But as Commissioner Yoon said, and I think all my fellow commissioners agree, what is being proposed is a better outcome and does allow, and having the front yard on both frontages along with a side yard, and the distance between the two buildings is significant. It's more than the 8-foot required. So I think it's a reasonable compromise. So I would recommend closing it, but not schedule it for a vote until October.
Chair, motion to close.
Motion to close?
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
So we will schedule this after the community vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2022-61 BZ 1002 Avenue N, Brooklyn.
This will be
Mr.
Mr.
Goldstein.
Goldstein.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Is there anyone with you, Mr. Goldstein?
No, not today.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? And to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant, the congregation. We attended the board's review session and we heard the comments. I'd like to try and address them one by one, see where we go from there. So I think a lot of discussion was with regard to the enlarged cellar or our ability to enlarge the cellar. So there are issues with it, waterproofing. Nothing is insurmountable, but it does add cost and it does add complications. We've discussed it with a number of contractors in the neighborhood who've done it for other synagogues. And I've brought this before the board for other synagogues, and we were strongly discouraged from doing so. That said, even the enlargement of the full cellar, I don't think would gain us worship space. We may be able to recoup some of the classrooms or shift some of the classrooms, but the upper floors, the second, third floor would still remain in the same footprint to accommodate, those prayer areas. So I don't think that the expansion of the cellar would prove to significantly reduce the building more than we've already done. So therefore, we asked the board that we maintain the cellar in this format to avoid any issues going forward with the building, with the construction and with the maintenance of the building, and allow us to have the space needed for the congregant spacing and for the congregant prayer areas.
In your next submission, just put that in your cover letter response.
No problem. With regard to the floor area, with regard to the front yard waiver, we've actually obtained the objection sheet today. We'll submit it in our next submission to the board. It lists the front yard waiver as one of the additional waivers required. On the plans, we'll indicate the exterior lighting, we'll fix the scale of the fence, and we'll indicate the size of the parapet walls at the roof. There was a question, Madam Chair, you raised some questions regarding the seating. I didn't quite follow it, so I don't know if you want to go through it now or if I should go through it.
Yeah, actually, if somebody can share the screen for me, because I'm
Sure.
I will not be able to do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up the most recent proposed plan.
Yeah, so we said exterior lighting, size of the parapet wall. And what was the other question, the previous comment you said?
Scale of the fence. We'll
Right,
fix the scale of the fence.
yes, thank you. Yeah. So if you go to, and I think this is for floor plan on page 03. And I think page 4 would be the best one to go with. So
Well, if I could take this just 1 second, sorry, on page P03, one of the other comments, I believe, is the staircase over here that goes to the cellar. I can check to see if we can relocate to the inside of the building. I'm not sure how it would be done, but I could ask the architect. I think that, Madam Chair, was one of your comments also.
right, and and if you do that, then you can move like the gap between the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th and the 5th. I don't think that, I don't know if that would be needed. And if you fill those gaps up, won't you be able to recoup some of this seatings?
I'm not sure what you mean by the gaps.
There's a big corridor of, what is it? 8.
This staircase doesn't provide access from the first floor outside. This is from the cellar to the
I
first
see, I see.
floor.
Okay, got it.
Right. So I can see if we can shift that somehow, make it less within the side yard. I'm not sure how they would do it, but I can ask. The reason we have the gap over here is because this is the main feeder to the main entrance to the sanctuary. So we took the tables out over there because you'll have this mass of people walking out of the main sanctuary to the staircase. So we didn't want to have tables there and chairs there because we felt it was a fire hazard.
Okay, all right. So that answers floor 1. What about floor 2? Then there are 2 such gaps. There's one in the front and there's one in the back. Do you need both of them? And if you don't, then you can accommodate a lot of the seating in this area.
So I don't know if fire department will require it or not. We felt it necessary because again, you have a mass of people that'll be using both of these exits to exit out of the sanctuary. So you'd want one clear path, not obstructed by tables and chairs, to go to the exit doors of the sanctuary. I think we do it in most of the synagogues I've been to, have a clear path like that.
I see.
So that's why we had it, and that's why we specifically did it this way. It's also, I mean, we kept them fairly narrow because the space you see, like, let's say the 8 feet, doesn't account for chairs being pushed back when someone's standing there or at that table. So while it shows 8 feet, it's really maybe 5 feet at max. So we'd like to keep that clear just for safety reasons.
Yeah, I understand the need for the 8 foot, but I wasn't sure if you need it for the entire length, or it would be needed more for the first 2 rows maybe, and not for the 3 remaining rows, that type of thing. But I think it's a fire department review, and if it's code related, then I'm not going to weigh in on it. I'm not going to question.
I would say that I think at max, I can maybe add 2 more tables for another 8 people. It wouldn't necessarily remove the need to expand into the front yard that we're proposing now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was my question, which is what I was going through on that floor and also on the 4th floor.
Okay.
4th floor, I understand you probably would need it because that's the only exit. But on the 4th floor, I see one of the staircases leading to the rooftop, the other staircase is not. Don't you need to provide an exit from both the staircases?
I guess we can ask fire department. We're not proposing occupancy at the roof. So we only had 1 staircase leading up. So I guess is a question for fire department, whether or not we need to have a second, to have a door to the rooftop.
I see. Okay.
But as noted, it's no occupancy, so I don't know.
Well, there is occupancy, but the occupancy level is 77.
That's occupancy of the worship space. There's no occupancy of the
Other
open
roof. I see. But don't you have, I thought if you have a fire exit, doesn't it need to exit onto the roofs?
Fire department can tell us what he needs to say. What we
Okay,
need-
maybe Chief Daly can enlighten us.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Again, it's a DOB call. Fire department has no objection to 1 stair leading to the roof. And that stair has to be clearly marked that it goes to the roof, and but it's really the DOB call on that.
Okay.
Mhm. Usually when we have buildings like this, I don't think we've had 2 means of egress when there's no occupancy proposed. But I can ask the architect to confirm.
Yeah, if you can, that would be helpful. So if 2 means of egress is needed from stair that does not have occupancy, okay.
Okay. I believe, unless you have other comments, Madam Chair, I believe that was all the comments on this case.
I actually have just a follow-up to that, since you're going to ask your architect. And it is regardless of whatever is the maximum occupancy or PA permit you would have for any of the rooms below. You do not need a roof access, fire exit access.
Right. I don't know the answer. I'll ask and get back to you.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe that was all the comments on this case.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Let's then go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2022-61 BZ 1002 MUN Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much?
So I'm just looking at the comments. I think our comments.
Very minor plan cleanups,
Yeah.
but we have a seeker. And I think Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Benke.
Yeah, I took a quick look at the EAS submission and I noticed it said that the noise analysis is pending. So I'm not sure how long, if you could check when that would be completed, if that can be completed over the summer, or if you have to wait till fall, I'm not sure. So if you could check on that.
Do we need noise analysis on this? If there's no outdoor play area?
The question we posed was the proposed project would introduce new receptors near roadway and commercial zoning district, provide an assessment of whether detailed mobile or stationary source analysis is needed. And then the response in the EAS was that there was an assessment underway. So.
Oh, I'll double check and I'll get back to you either today or tomorrow. I'm not confident that that's needed given the proposed use. I don't think we've done sound assessments on other synagogues. For mine at least.
I'd have to check, but
Yeah, I think
the
it's
EAS says
like-
it's
it's
within
like-
1,500 feet of an elevated subway line. So.
It's a
yeah.
case by case situation
Yeah.
and site conditions, so. things
Okay,
are-
I can definitely check. I know that Ms. Benke, I think that traffic screened out, which was
Right.
being
Based
tough
on the
on one
size.
of our other cases, so I think we're good on traffic, which was good. The hazmat and all of that, this was historically a single family home. So I can get you the answer on that fairly quickly, and then hopefully, if the answer is no, then I think, seeker may be able to finalize.
There was a detailed air quality analysis also submitted, so we just have to look at that, and it might screen out even if it's detailed, but we'd have to
Right.
check, so.
Right, okay, let's, I can get back to you on it. It's a straightforward question, and I think it should be easy to screen out.
Okay, all right. All right, well, I guess you need to make a couple of corrections and revisions, so.
Right.
then-
Go
ahead.
Plan should be quick. The plan changes. The only question I think is going to be the seeker.
Yeah, so let's shoot for October, because by that time we should have a little bit better understanding of this.
That's fine. So I would just say that as you mentioned, Madam Chair, first week in October is Jewish holidays, so I would have to do the second
Gotcha.
over here.
Okay. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day.
Bye. Have a good day. All right,
2022-78 BZ, 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn. It's so damn.
Good afternoon.
Is there anyone with you, Mr. Dale?
I'm not sure if they logged in. I don't know if you can see, but Yeshaya Shore, the architect office, and Zalman Stock, who's with the development team. I'm not sure if they're in the waiting area. Let me scroll through the rest of the list here.
yeah, that can.
They may not have joined because
They're joining.
they're at the bottom. I see them.
So Zelman, Stock, Yeshaya, Shore, is Moshe also joining? No.
No.
Yes.
Okay, please unmute. Please visual, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Please raise your hands, right hands. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Dale?
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant.
No. I swore you in already. Did you hear me?
What was that?
We didn't capture your affirming or
Yeah.
swearing.
You didn't hear that?
No.
No. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I very much so affirm.
Okay, please state your name for the
Okay,
record.
good.
To
Sorry
respond
about
to
that.
board comments.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We did attend and listen into the review session and heard the comments of the board. We know it's been a long hearing, and we'll just say that we'll follow up in submission in writing, responding to key items. But we're also hopeful to get some clarification on certain questions and issues that were raised by the board today. And we also just want to make just some general statements regarding what we believe to be the key issue here, as sort of a preparation and a path forward with respect to the upcoming submission. I think I would start with some of what I would say are the simpler items to address or resolve. With respect to the elevator and the roof, we will review the elevator and its removal per the suggestion of the chair. We just want to affirm that after the prior hearing, we did remove the activity area up on the roof. We're agreeable.
I'm saving your applicant the money by not having the elevator go all the way to the roof when it's not needed.
Understood, but we just want to say, like, we heard the comments of the board at the prior hearing. We did remove the activity area. We'll review the elevator and we'll agree to any condition, should the board be satisfied and the application be granted about roof use being limited or not allowed. One question I would ask is with respect to the parapet height. We did reduce the parapet height to 4 feet. Not that we don't love the prospect of doing a ZRD1 for floor area, but since we're not using the roof for height, if we reduce that to 3 feet, 8 inches, would that satisfy the board that it would not be floor area, or is there a specific height to which we could reduce the parapet? Because
3'8" is fine. That's what is listed in the zoning resolution.
okay, so we will do that because since it's not proposed to be used for use, we can just make that change and satisfy all outstanding concerns with respect to floor area. So we'll take care of that.
I'm assuming the roof will be on the 3rd floor, not on the 4th floor, right?
I would, at this point, respectfully disagree, and we'll get into that later in this hearing.
You really don't want to prolong this hearing on a situation where the entire board is unanimous in stating that you haven't made any justification, and we find it very, very difficult for any justification that can be made for the wellness center that is being proposed.
Well, if you'd like, we can go right to that particular issue because it is the key issue with respect to programmatic needs and the use of the 3rd floor. And we maintain that it is essential to the needs, the programmatic needs of the congregation to obtain this space for the use of the 3rd floor. In response to discussion that was raised during the review session, we will provide more specific details on the programs and use that are proposed for the women's area that's planned for the 3rd floor. And I feel it's necessary to respond to certain comments that were made, including some potential contradictions that occurred during the review session and items were made. And I think I would start by saying, we in our last submission included discussion, statement about SNEAS and modesty and how that is a core stricture of the Orthodox Jewish community and the fact that there are separate spaces. And the board has accepted this with different worship spaces. It relates to mikvah and other, programmatic needs within the community.
Sorry, Mr. Dale, I'm going to stop you right there. You're absolutely right that the board has recognized that in an Orthodox community, you do maintain a separation of women and men. And for that reason, women have separate synagogue prayer area. And if there is a mikvah, there would be a separate mikvah for women, separate mikvah for men. And oftentimes I've seen if there's a mikvah, it's either in that entire building, it's only for men, or if it's a mikvah, it's only for women. I have not yet seen a mikvah where it's men and women, but I've not seen that many cases. That may be the reason. But what you're proposing is not mikvah. You're proposing a health fitness center, which is not the same as mikvah. So the sample that you provided as an argument just does not match. It is no way to prove that a health fitness center is equal to a mikvah. I mean, this is really an extension and a stretch of the definition of mikvah all this time that the board has reviewed mikvahs. And Commissioner Otley Brown has been on this board much longer than any of us, and she can attest to it. I don't think this is an argument that has been ever presented to the board as to why mikvah, which is a part of the Health and Wellness Center, should be, it has been part of the religious reason. And we have always acknowledged it and have always provided that. And we have recognized that women need a separate entrance. Therefore, they have a separate entryway, separate foyer, separate hall, separate courtroom. All of those are consistent. This is an anomaly. Mr. Dale, you have done many such cases. And yet to this day, this is the first I have seen. And Commissioner Otley Brown, is this?
Yeah, I have not
This is-
seen
so this
a
is-
health center in a synagogue.
Yeah, so this is absolutely, and what you're proposing, a fitness center, it's a fitness center. I'm sorry to say that. I understand the good intent of the congregant wanting to provide a space, but that does not go with the Cornell doctrine that is the deference that Cornell doctrine gives. That it does not. So I appreciate the consideration the congregant is making towards the women and the need for it, but this is not one of them where you can fit it in with the Cornell doctrine. You want to do it separately as of right on this side, zoning allows it. You do that, but then you do it absence of seeking the Cornell doctrine on top of it. But I do not see it being mixed with. I really do not. And I cannot, in conscience, and as I understand it, and maybe my counsel can advise me, otherwise, I just don't see how the doctrine can be extended to a gym.
So I think what the board's suggesting is as part of the as of right plan, if you want to call it a specialized health and fitness establishment, be demonstrated as of right, because the board does not see so inherent in a house of worship, let me phrase it this way. The board collectively does not find a health and fitness establishment so core to the ability to offer and provide a house of worship here. And it has not been demonstrated in its programmatic need to have a house of worship that has a health and fitness establishment in it. And given the chair's comments that a specialized health and fitness establishment could be offered as of right here, it does not need to rely on the variance to do so.
Yeah, and then you have to carve your argument out completely differently and how the added variances or all of that are not being driven by the combination of an as of right use and a site that is seeking variance. So your argument has to be carved out very, very carefully. You're on a very thin edge at that point. So which also is challenging, but I just do not see how doctrine can be extended to that. And not to mention, there are a lot of spaces within your utilization chart clearly shows that there are times when a lot of your program spaces are lying underutilized. It can be programmed in a way where it can be absolutely utilized and provide that separation of women congregants from the other congregants. And it's a matter of just programming it, and it can be done. But you're choosing not to do it, especially when you are absolutely maximizing every bit of the cellar and the space under the sidewalk, and yet seeking this additional. I'm just failing to see how an as of right cannot operate here.
If I may, I didn't want to interrupt.
Sorry, I'm
No,
sorry.
no,
I
I appreciate the comments, and I think you've made some excellent and fair points. However, we believe that it's important to allow us to respond in submission to these points, but I think that I would like to speak to a few of these things right now, both what was just said and also what was discussed during review session. I think the first important point to make is that, it's noted the board hasn't seen this before and it's the first time. Just because something's the first time doesn't mean that it doesn't meet a standard. And I think that's very, very important here. There's cases of first precedent in all manners of proceeding, both administratively and before the courts. So just because the board has not encountered it yet does not mean that it's not a valid use and application of the Cornell Doctrine. I think that's very important to state.
There is no clear nexus between a fitness center and religious practice. I don't see it. So I think if you want to spend time trying to convince the board, then you're going to have to do a lot of background information, a lot of surveying of synagogues that are both as of right, as well as synagogues that receive grants that have that combined set of functions in a religious facility, because I have not seen that.
I just want to say, I don't see it here. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a host of possibilities that would allow for a religious institution that is based in physical fitness or something along those lines, but that's not what's being presented here. And this and the statements that you made so thus far don't really tie in the religious element with the physical fitness center that's being proposed. And as Commissioner Otley Brown has stated on review in our review, the vast majority of the third floor wasn't even spoken about with regard to your programmatic needs of this religious institution. Council, I think you have a really, again, academically and whether or not this could be a possibility for some religious institution, that's not really the question before us. The question before us is, have these papers and has this argument convinced us that this religious institution requires or is meretricious of including a physical fitness center that we don't have here, at least for me as of yet.
And apologies, Mr. Dale, and I know Mr. Dale wants to provide the board with lots of precedent. I think the board's also struggling with the fact that this health and fitness establishment under 10,000 square feet in C2 is permitted as of right as a use group 6. So go do. It sounds great that you want to offer this. We're all for it, but you don't need a variance for it. So you have an e-finding issue there.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. I think one of the things that I'm hearing here, this is not a health and fitness establishment, and I think that's a mischaracterization by the board. And I believe that if you read the latest programmatic needs report, which we will supplement with additional information on the programs and the needs of the community, it was mentioned that providing a space that would allow for certain physical fitness improvement and physical health aspects for women of the community and the congregation that would respect the modesty needs that are tied to the religious stricture and SNEAS. That's just one of many of the programs that are needed for this space. And the programmatic needs, the report that was submitted that I just listed a number of different things, including mental health programs, social programs, parenting programs, religious education programs. And I think the board, with all due respect, is getting lost in the weeds because physical fitness was mentioned at one point. We're not denying that that is actually one of the many programs that have been suggested. And I think the board focusing on that is limiting the full review that's required here. I think it's important, if I could finish, I think I've been pretty even-handed trying to give time. I think it's important to note that we'll provide that program. But I also, I want to mention that there was a discussion earlier too about the fact that the board has seen other cases where there's much smaller women's spaces and that it hasn't been needed. And I believe, and I apologize for my speaking, where Commissioner Otley Brown spoke about how many of these other religious approvals of the board have focused on more spaces for men and dominated by the floor area that's dedicated in these approvals. And we would say that actually in great part proves our point. Beis Shmuel Shabbat, the congregation here, has been seeking their home for multiple decades. And during that time, they've realized the needs of the community and their congregation, and they're trying to take a more open and inclusive approach to the needs of all their members. And it's tying in that inclusive approach with also being respectful of the religious strictures that require separate spaces. And I think that the board is getting lost in these prior approvals where perhaps other congregations didn't fully present, proposals to the board for review that were inclusive. And in this instance, we'll be able to demonstrate in submission the fact that the community as a whole has very limited options for women. As was noted, the women's worship spaces are often smaller. There's limited areas for women to meet. And because of that, they are often dealing with significant health issues because they don't have the opportunity to address those health issues or to speak to professionals about health issues or to get religious counseling as far as parenting or health issues or a myriad number of programs. And I think that rather than seeing how this is different, I think it should be celebrated for how it's different, because this congregation realizes that there is an issue with dealing with the very specific needs of all of its members, but also being cognizant of the religious strictures that require separate spaces. And this very modest ask to provide additional multi-purpose rooms, which are not all just health and physical fitness. There's a myriad of different programs that were listed in the programmatic needs report that we'll provide more support for, is a recognition by this congregation that something needs to be done in the Orthodox Jewish community to provide better opportunity for members of the congregation of all genders. And as we make this next submission, and I understood what was raised by the board and the questions that were raised, and I think they're all fair and valid questions, but we are confident that we're going to be able to submit and show that the programs we want to present here are tied to the very specific programmatic needs of the congregation, and that this additional space is going to benefit the whole congregation and not just the men of the congregation.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if the board misunderstood where you were going with this, it's probably because your programmatic needs report neglected to talk about your largest multipurpose room. So I read through the statement trying to figure out what's going on in room number 1, which is the largest room, and nothing was assigned to room number 1. So I would say that there's some problem in that programmatic needs report that needs to be resolved so that you can give us a full understanding of what's going on that 3rd floor, because the 3rd floor involves a floor area grant. And so that means all of the 3rd floor has to be justified. Now, as to the difference between mental health programs, spiritual guidance programs, and physical health programs, some of these programs can be rooted in religious practice and spiritual practice of Judaism. So for instance, mikvah, that you say we allow a mikvah, that's rooted in religious practice. So, when applicants come before us, they can say, ritual purification is a very important part of our religious practice. Therefore, we need the mikvah located in our religious facility. You may be able to say that spiritual growth of our women is a very important part of our religious practice. Therefore, if we have a room where the rabbi can counsel women, that's great. If we could bring in visiting rabbis who talk about women's spiritual growth within Judaism, we want it to be here because it's got a tie to religious and spiritual practice. You're going to have to do the same thing with every single one of those rooms and all the functions within the rooms in order for you to justify them being at this religious spiritual facility. So, no judgment, just telling you the bar you would have to reach.
We hear that and we agree wholeheartedly, and we will address those issues in the next submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add, and please try to distinguish this from a JCC, which is a community facility, not a house of worship, and tell us why these should be considered different. But I think.
So noted.
I think,
Mhm.
ready to go.
I just want to add one thing, that is, first of all, I really do appreciate the comments that the discussions that we had. I know we did go back and forth, but this was very helpful, clarifying what you're looking for, because your report is absolutely not stating that. And if one reads it, that's not what we are getting. What I would say though, still with that, if your spiritual need and mental health, all of those are, you have to prioritize each one of those needs and identify what is the capacity of each program going to require, and which room would work, and break down the utilization rate for each one of those activities by time, by number. And I hate to bring up the gym part of it. I know it's a minor part of it. If it is a minor part, it is occupying the most amount of the floor area. And I'll give you an example, because in my building, we have over 500 families. And the gym that we have is much smaller than what you're proposing for 35 people that is going to use at a given time. So I just have to say, these are things that is just raising concerns. Yeah, and if you're going to, in all honesty, serve the need of the women congregant, then do it fairly and do it correctly and state it accordingly.
Understood. That's fair. We will go ahead, and we agree that we do need to supplement and really work over the programmatic needs report. And we're confident that we're going to be able to address significantly the questions that have fairly been raised by the board today.
And I would also say, do look at your utilization chart that you have provided of the existing spaces, because the space, this site is very lucky because it does not have to provide any front yard. So you can really build out the entire lot. So you are playing with a much bigger plate and fill it up with as much as you can without having to even ask for it. And so program the spaces with what you absolutely need and not what you wish. And then make those the paramount, and show how you can co-share, co-locate some of the uses. Just do not ask for it just because.
No, that's fair. We will do that, and we'll address the utilization. And, I think just one thing, I don't want to get too far into it, because I know it's been a long day for everyone, and I appreciate your time, but just note that some of the utilization, at least in this particular space, is that one of the goals of having a dedicated women's space is that it inherently is going to limit some of the utilization, because we don't want to have spaces that could be used like for, programs for men and programs for women, or programs for children and programs for women. Like, we want it to be like open and dedicated. We also need to recognize the fact of, during Shabbos, it's not going to be used, and things of that sort. But we'll include that in the submission. So we understand what you're saying about utilization. But we also want to note that it's not a pure, like, certain schools, I think, it's not a one-to-one review. Right? Okay.
Sorry, somebody has raised a hand.
Yeah.
No, I hear what you're.
Yes,
Okay, so I think you understand where we are going. I think
100%.
anything that you're going to say, you have to back it up with all your justifications and arguments, because as Commissioner Otley Brown said, when we are looking at utilization chart, we are looking at days with most utilization and where there are gaps and they can be optimized. That's why we ask for simultaneous operation, and your simultaneous operation of the space on weekdays is very weak. And on weekends, there is hardly any. So it's really on weekdays where there's a simultaneous operation happening on all these program spaces, and it's extremely weak. There are a lot of unused times. So.
Noted and heard, and we will definitely address that. It's clear that the A finding, the programmatic needs, is the primary focus of the next submission, but just to make sure that we address everything, I just want to quickly go over some of the other items that are done, mainly for our understanding, to clarify what the board is looking for. We've got to make sure that you get all the information you need. I just want to mention, there was discussion about the C finding and the D finding and something else, but let me just quickly talk about, with respect to the easement, I just want to confirm, we went back to the very first recorded designation of that easement, which was from that 1915 deed, and it's referred to as an alleyway. Every subsequent deed after that just talks about access. There was never any mention about height. There's never any mention about light and air. I know that wasn't really a term of art back in 1915, but it really is just an alleyway. And, you know, we can submit a Google Street View if that's helpful to show that what it essentially does is it's a driveway that provides access to the homes to the south. They have
Right. No, the
parking
reason I
areas.
asked that because is it an alleyway also a fire egress? And if there are fire trucks that need to go through it, then don't you need a minimum vertical clearance for that? That's why I asked that question.
That's fair. I think we did include in the latest plan showing that it's at least 16 feet high, I believe is the dimension of the. Yeah, I mean, it is fully open up to 16, but I also don't believe a fire truck would ever try and approach through there because they would have access to all those buildings from different angles. But what I can do is I'm going to make a note that perhaps I can reach out independently to Inspector Daly just to ask him if he thinks initially the fire department would have any issues with this. I don't think they would, but I'll reach out.
Okay.
Okay. And just make a note of that.
So the other thing, you know, because we got so caught up in the programmatic need, I didn't dive into all the details, but I think I may have mentioned it in passing at the earlier at today's hearing and also the earlier hearing, is that first of all, you need to submit an as of right plan. That has not been provided. Based on the comments that we gave. Revised as of right plan. The other one is when I'm looking at the proposed plan in the cellar, the kitchen area, which is actually not kitchen, it's just a warming room, is very generous with its refrigerated spaces and lift and all of that. Is that needed? And if not, I mean, this is just a warming area. So I mean, a lot of these facilities, the food is, I mean, it's the same elevator that is being used by the passengers being brought here. And so I'm just, you know, I think it can give you some more space, program space that you need to be located and free up some of the spaces above for your women's spaces. Those kind of things is what I would say your team needs to go through and figure out where to place what and not just kind of say, hey, I want, you know, that's why I'm saying it seems like you have a building and you're trying to fit things into it, but don't do that. Work inside out and see how you can optimize the space without kind of saying, you know, this is a wish and I want, therefore I shall.
Understood. We'll review that. And also that was on my list to speak to Vice Chair Shavetta's comment about the as-right plans. We did submit conforming plans, but what we'll do is we're going to submit a revised set that's done more in the schematic style, the latest proposed plans to remove some of the extraneous information and use that for comparison between the proposed plans and the as-of-right plans, but that is definitely on our list for submission. I just want to quickly talk about some of the other, there was discussion, again, this Vice Chair Shabeta, perhaps you could give me some clarification. You spoke to the D finding and the title search. I just want to get some clarification as to what you're hoping to achieve from this. I just want to note that we did provide information about other site searches showing that the congregations and searching for 20 plus years to find a space and finally found a space. But with respect to the title search, you know, normally we provide those when we're dealing with an undersized lot or it's a yard issue. In this instance, we're not dealing with any yard relief because it's in the commercial overlay and it's not an undersized lot. I mean, we could do a title search, but I guess rather than do something, I was hoping to understand what your goal was with respect to the D and to see if perhaps there was something else we could do because maybe we provide a historical map, but if you could give a little more clarification to that.
It's common ownership. If there's any common ownership.
And my guess is if it was in common ownership at one point, how does that? I don't understand how it affects the ask or the issue. I mean, if it's just easier, we can do it, but I don't understand the.
Mr. Dale, let's not discuss every finding. This is a very standard finding we ask of every applicant, whether they are a for-profit or non-profit. So please provide it. It's a very simple.
No, that's fine. We can do a single and separate
Thank
title
you.
search. I'm just saying in the past, we've only done that for undersized.
No,
That's
I
fine.
think ever since I've been on the board, it's been asked of all non-profit and for-profit.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. Well, we can go ahead and do that. And then, Chair, you were mentioning something, I think, and maybe I misheard, but you were talking about like the C finding. I'm not sure what else we could provide with respect to the C finding. I understand that I'm not presuming we've met the A finding or the other findings, but the C finding, I'm not sure what else we can provide to show that this is in character with the neighborhood with respect to the land use study, the streetscape, the fact that the board granted a comparable variance across the street that were,
I think the C
scale
finding
with the
is
buildings.
very much tied to the programmatic need. And until the programmatic need has been established, I'm not therefore sure your C finding can be, because I do have some concern about the frontage on Albany Street, and the building is, the program space on the third floor, if not warranted, the footprint can be reduced and it can be set back. And therefore the building context therefore changes. So therefore I am not there with item C either, finding C, and therefore definitely not finding E.
Understood. That clarifies for me. It's something that will follow the A finding review and discussion.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure there wasn't something initially right now that was needed. I understand that
It's a beautifully designed building. Don't get me wrong. If this were an as of right side, it would be a shining beacon. But since it's before the variance, we have to be a little bit agnostic about that. We have to look at it from the programmatic inside out.
No, that's fair. And I understand the C and the E finding are led by the A finding, which makes total sense. I just want to make sure. So just to summarize, just quickly, just so the board knows, a seeker response is going to be submitted this week in response to comments, because there was a hazmat comment that took a little bit longer, but Hiram Rothkrug's office is involved with that, and they told me they're going to get a response in by the end of the week. So that'll be that.
All right.
So
how long
just
would it take you? I think I want to give you as much time as possible for you to really put together this application from scratch. Don't take it from the midway point. Really, it requires a very thorough review and reassessing every bit of it. Because if the third time around we are not convinced, we are going to close it.
Understood. Because of the holidays, I was thinking.
Let's first go to the public. Actually, my
Okay.
counsel very appropriately reminded me that I need to go to the public.
Okay, we can
Sorry.
discuss that after the public. Thank you.
Yeah, think about that. And meanwhile, let's go to the public. Thank you.
Case we're currently discussing. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-78 BZ 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will each have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
We have three members,
peoples?
Maggie Rogatsky, Kiona Wall, and Roshi Flynn. We'll call you each one by one. So please just hold your comments until you are called individually and you'll be allowed 3 minutes to
Four.
speak.
Oh, I thought it was
We have a
four.
fourth, Barry Grossman.
Oh, wait, the other one dropped out?
No, we have, they've all been admitted to speak.
Oh, okay, so, sorry. Wait, let me just let the call. go off
I
the
think
voice.
first is Ms. Rogotsky.
Yeah. And put the timer on, sorry.
Hi, how are you?
Please identify.
My name is-
Yourself by your
my name-
first name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi, my name is Maggie Rogotsky. I live in the community for over 25 years. I'm an active member of our community. I know that I've been listening to to this hearing today, and I just wanted to clarify that besides for us being a synagogue over the past 25 years, we have become truly a family and a community. And therefore, this community center for us as women is so important. I think that the women and the young women, especially in our community, deserve their own dedicated spaces directly in regards, as you mentioned, the religious requirements, doing Judith's and modesty. It's not only physical, it's also mental and emotional. I think that the women of our family in our community, I'm a mother of 4 girls, ages 12 to 25, who would so benefit from the use of all the spaces, not only, like you guys mentioned, the exercise rooms, but the classes that would be provided that would need, more space, like yoga and Pilates and body stretches and workshops and emotional workshops and mental workshops, which so many of our young women are dealing with. I think it would be an integral part, and we don't like, and it's not part of our religion to use spaces that men might be using even once or twice a week, because no one wants to come into a space that we'd like to call a safe haven and bump into someone who might, see us. These spaces, again, won't only talk to the religious needs of our women, but also to increase the general participation in all the religious activities of the building. And I really am, as a mom of daughters, I'm really hopeful that this board will be overwhelmingly in support of giving our young women, older women, middle-aged women their full share of our synagogue and the related classes and activities. I thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your participation.
Next, I believe, is Kiona
Anna
Wall.
Wall?
Sorry, who did you call?
Hi,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing this time to share my concerns. I've been in the neighborhood for over 40 plus years, and we have come to work and be of neighbors to this diverse community. I'm really happy to hear that there is some development happening in this lot, which sits directly from my home. Actually, it's in the back. And I'm, looking to hear or just hear about more diversity from the organization, how this worship house and Women Wellness Center would be more inclusive of this overall growing diverse community. It does not meet or reflect, the overall community and the neighbors that we live together. There is already an overflow of traffic, garbage, pollution, noise pollution, recreation vehicles that take up residential parking, and the vehicles are blocking fire hydrants, especially during the months of September through June. This facility will only increase more foot traffic in the already highly dense community. Where the institution is in receipt of city funds, I'd like to hear more how this building will be of service to the community as a whole. Where does the plan take into consideration of the increase of foot traffic and schedule of construction that will impact the neighbors that sit behind 1512 Union Street? I heard the attorney speak of how it's just an alleyway that, sits behind this property. It's not just an alleyway, it's an alleyway, it's a driveway it's a community driveway that is shared, with the homes on both sides. I think it's 5 houses on Present, and then which shares by the building at 1512. Hear, how the neighbors will be accommodated and will, so that to know that it's by family that also uses this driveway. We've had no discussion or conclusion or how we're working together. So it's not a completely build out from, your end of Union Street all the way to the back of the alleyway. There are fire trucks and ambulance that does access this area in terms when people need to be removed from their homes. So I hope that these items will be taken into consideration. And just to know that we are looking forward to working together and building an inclusive future for all families within our very diverse community.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Up for testimony.
And I would suggest if you're not able to finish it, you can always send a letter. And this applies to everybody who is participating for the test to provide testimony. Please do send your a letter to us. And we do read every letter that is sent to us from the community. And so keep that in mind.
And that is submit@bsa.nyc.gov. Please include the calendar number or address. Next, Roshi Flint, please.
Hi, thank you very much. So hello, hi, my name is Rafi Flint. I am a Crown Heights born member my entire life, and I've been an educator for over 2 decades. And we know that for a proper educational experience, we need to take into account the whole student and not just focus on one academic area for student success. Physical exercise and mental health group sessions is part of our soul experience. A synagogue is not just about a chair with a prayer book, while an integral part of it. For example, a synagogue provides classes on Torah and halacha guidelines on how we live our life. Women have too often been excluded from the conversation, and there has not been a focus on our needs as religious practitioners, as was clearly apparent as I listened to the comments in the review session stating that this is not needed. I was overwhelmed listening to a minimization of our synagogue experience as women. I appreciate the comment that perhaps this is why women are not present in other synagogues. Mental health is a critical component of mind, body, and soul holistic religious experiences. The Torah has 613 commandments, which includes women's modesty, guidelines, and practices. We are not allowed to work out or have mental health group sessions with men. We currently do not have spaces to nourish our mental and physical health because of our religion. Moreover, research shows that yoga, Pilates, physical exercise strengthens one's spiritual awareness and connection. Prayer is about connecting. It is the responsibility of our religious center, our synagogue, to provide programming for our spiritual and physical experience. And shul is not relegated to just Sabbath and holiday. It's part of our day-to-day, and we need a space for us. Such examples as a space for mommy and me programs, and its intentional space for our teenage girls who do not currently have a safe space to focus on mind, body, and soul and social interactions. I have 10 sisters, many of us mothers, and this is what we have been waiting for our entire lives. While it might sound groundbreaking to some of you, it is too long in the making. Someone mentioned women don't have spaces in general, large spaces. That's the problem here. Shouldn't we rectify this lack of intentional space for us women? We have many roles, but the role of mother is sacred, and we are often neglected as women of the household. We need to change the status quo, and I really appreciate all of your support here. And I really hope that the board sees that this is a really necessary step moving forward for the religious, wholesome experience for us women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Grossman.
Barry Grossman.
Hi, my name is Barry Grossman. I am a physician. I am board certified in internal medicine, and my specialty is addiction medicine. I've been part of the congregation of Beit Shmuel for over 10 years. I have lectured and taught classes there for women and men in my role as an addiction specialist. Unfortunately, there is no community or any demographic that is not affected by mental health issues, including addiction and obesity. It is well established the connection between the mind and the body. In fact, there's a big debate among physicians what has more benefit once someone exercises. And I'm talking about simple exercises such as yoga and similar. Is it better for the body or is it better for the mind? The recent consensus is it's better for both equally. Now, I personally have used exercise, as many of my colleagues in this field do, such as yoga, in keeping people abstinent and or sober from their substance use disorders. You've heard testimony from other people that this is a community synagogue, a community house of worship. This is an opportunity where this congregation is able to heal people spiritually as well as physically. And I do not think the importance of this and this unique perspective should be underutilized at all. I think it's a vital thing for the community to have resources where people that traditionally are underserved due to their gender, have an opportunity to get great care, to meet with professionals, and to get the help they may or may not need from Beis Shmuel. Beis Shmuel does have a lot of resources. They have a lot of professionals that are always willing to meet and guide the congregants, and not just the congregants, but the members of the neighborhood. And this is a vital resource by using the additional space to work with the community, especially the women, to be an all-inclusive new structure should not be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? There's no one else with their hands up. Okay. Mr. Dale, as public testimony was being given, I was looking at the growth chart, and as I'd mentioned in my review session, your growth chart just says families, high holidays, and that's it. If you're going to justify the argument that you need specifically spaces for women, and women, not just women, older women, but girls, teenagers, everything. And there are synagogue cases where we have seen breakdown of classrooms for teenage girls, breakdown of classrooms for grades, whatever, 5 through 12 or something like that. So you need to give that very detailed breakdown for not just for the women, but for men, all of them, and show how many congregants you anticipate growth factors of it for the next 5 years projection, and how each one of these spaces were used by these different age groups for all different purposes, and why therefore you need a segregated space for women. Now, while I really truly do appreciate that women from the congregation has come forward and expressed their interest, I also want to be very careful that this does not turn out to be a synagogue come medical facility plus a healthcare facility plus all of that. This is a synagogue primarily. And so everything, the waiver that is being requested is based on the deference of Cornell doctrine, and it is afforded only to very few uses, and house of worship is one such use. So you have to be very careful how you thread that needle and make sure it meets that specific intent, and not basically bringing in healthcare services and all of that, because then the cat, dogs, horses, everybody's out of the barn.
Understood, and we'll make it very clear in the next submission.
Right. And if you need to discuss this with our council, please do so. Because I really do not want, as you know me, I do not like any applications to fail. But we're providing you with as much guidance as possible to steer you in the direction that will afford you the deference.
Understood. Mr. Vine and I have had many wonderful conversations, so I have no problem having another. Okay. And I would just quickly, so we'll, I just want to say quickly, I appreciate the time the board has set forth on the review of this application, but I also look forward to the opportunity to have you review revised materials, and I think you'll be satisfied once you see them. Yeah,
and we can send you samples of the utilization charts and how it's broken up by all age groups, gender, everything, and simultaneous utilization is a very critical factor because you're asking for the bulk and FAR. So we absolutely need to understand that for weekdays and weekend programs, all of those are vital. And we can provide you with samples of how that is being, that needs to be submitted.
Understood. So for the next submission, we'll provide the updated programmatic needs report with supporting documentation. There were a few changes to the revised proposed plans, which we have notes. We can get those without issue. We'll provide updated schematic conforming plans as a means for comparison. We'll provide the single and separate title search. And we'll also independently, I'll reach out to Inspector Daly to discuss the height and potential fire department concerns.
Yes. Yes, the easement is a critical thing that you need to look at and make sure you can do that. If not, you do have space. I honestly do believe you have space. Even after you go through your assessment, programmatic need, you can shape the third floor and pack it in a little bit more to provide some of the stair runs within the building.
And the
Um,
seeker too, we're gonna submit. that.
And secret, yeah. And I think once you revise the kitchen and the access way down there, you probably won't even need that staircase. You can accommodate that somewhere else, even in the front or somewhere else. Vice Chair Shibata, you wanted to say something?
No, nothing.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon, did you want to say something? No. Oh, okay. I thought you would. All right. How much time do you need? I think you want to give you as much time, November?
I was gonna say the last hearing in October or the first hearing in November.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that'll provide for the holidays and we'll have a very complete submission.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. 2022-86 BZ, 1762 East 9th Street, Brooklyn. Good afternoon, Ms. Altman. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to the board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Laura Altman from the Law Office of Larry J. Altman. I did attend your executive session this morning, heard your comments, and I don't believe there's anything left to address.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the revision that you've made and the response. Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2022-86 BZ, 1762 East 9th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial, sorry, 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand located at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Very tempting. All right. While we wait for the public, no submission is needed, and I would recommend that we close it.
Yeah, let's continue.
And we'll let you know as to when we schedule it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
There's no submission.
Yeah, no submission.
So we can-
Ms. Altman, can I ask, how do you get the originally filed drawings from DOB?
Sal Vincenti would be the one to answer that question. If you'd like, I'd be more than happy to inquire how he accomplished that.
Sure. Yeah. Love to know.
I can ask Mr. Vincenti and get back to the examiner on that, so the information can be passed on.
Totally out of curiosity, has nothing to do with the case.
I understand, and I'm happy to get the information for you. I know he went to DOB to get it a while ago and was told there was nothing available. And he went back and requisitioned it a second or third time, and finally these appeared. But I'm not sure how he actually did it. I know he got them from DOB, but I don't know the details.
Maybe went to the archive.
Yeah,
Maybe went through GRM. and-
Curious. It seems like it would be difficult, so that's why. I
Well,
asked.
they told him more than once that it wasn't there before he actually got his hands on it. So it wasn't easy.
Well, thank you. And
so-
happy summer.
I'll
Oh, no,
see you next
we'll
year.
see you very soon. Yes, motion to close. That's right. Motion. to
Chair
close.
Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 2022-91 BZ, 1492 East 24th Street, Brooklyn.
Hello again.
Right, let me
Yes,
once
hello again.
Again, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on city board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board members' comments.
Good afternoon. Once again, Mary J. Altman from the Law Office of Mary J. Altman. I attended your executive session this morning, and I believe there were no comments on this application either.
That's right. Let's go to the public.
Second. Okay, the case we are currently discussing is, sorry. Case we're currently discussing is 2022-91 BZ, 1492 East 24th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. And you will enter, at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and the pound sign. At the prompt, next prompt after that, you press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, to be able to speak if you're calling in on the telephone. And if you are in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
I'm also going to recommend that we close this. No submission is required.
Thank you.
And Ms. Altman, since it came up in two of the cases that we, of your cases that we reviewed today, where there were pre-existing legally non-conforming, non-complying yards, going forward, I would strongly suggest that you submit all the supporting documents as part of the initial application. This way, we don't even have to raise that question.
It's already been added to my list. I appreciate the information though.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, motion to close.
Oops, sorry, next page. Chair Shanda. Whoa.
Aye.
Been a long day already.
It's been a long day.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Yu. Aye. Okay, thank
Have a
you.
wonderful rest of your day and thank you.
Thank you. Happy summer.
2023-02 BZ, 2003 East 3rd Street, Brooklyn.
All right, this would
This is
be
Richard.
Richard Lobel, Alexia, and Jose Ramirez.
You have Jose? I don't have Jose.
I'm just kind of, he was there last time. He was the architect.
Yeah, he is there. Thank you. Just popped up.
Yeah, I think all three of them are there.
Yeah, they're there.
Okay.
Let me go back to panelists,
Okay.
let them in, invite all.
After this, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break just to stretch our legs out, and then we'll resume with all the new cases.
Yeah. You let them in, please.
Oh, how do we let them in?
Okay, panelist. There's invite, right?
Change the role to panelist.
I'm doing it.
You got it?
I'm trying.
I don't have it.
I'm doing it.
Are you doing it? Because
yeah,
I can't. do it.
I am.
Here's
Okay,
Richard.
done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
I can't do it. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to board member questions. Comments, sorry.
Sure, thank you. So Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. As was noted, we have Jose Ramirez here, project architect, as well as Alexia Landisman from my office. Commissioners, we attended the review session and would like to make one clarification for the record. So Chair, Commissioners, is it correct that the sole issue was the floor area ratio and the board's desire that the applicant reduce the size of the building? Is that correct?
Right, so it is really hinging on the neighborhood built context. So the analysis that was provided for the floor area study and comparing that to the floor area what I am noticing is that, first of all, most of the sites here are of 3,999 square foot. There are few that are 4,999 square foot, and only 2 sites that are 5,000 square foot, which is the subject site, actually 5,999, which is the subject site, and the other lot, which is, and I'm looking at my printout because I had to do this analysis in my old fashioned way, and lot 151 on the subject block. And when you look at this, what I notice is that pretty much, yes, if you look at the FAR count, yes, all of these smaller lots, 3,999 square foot or 4,999 square foot lots do have a higher FAR, but that doesn't mean that equates to the same amount of floor area that is being built. So, and the typical floor area on these smaller lots, the 3,900 and the 4,900, maximum I'm looking at, even the ones where variance has been granted, does not exceed 6,500 square foot. And what is being asked here, which is a extremely large site, wherein as of right, you can get, as it is right off the bat, you can get more floor area, and you are proposing an FAR that is way more than what this typical built floor area is. And so the ask is to reduce what the consensus amongst the board members here was that the floor area is too much for the context, and it needs to be reduced. It needs to be brought down to something that is more in keeping with the floor area in the area in this neighborhood. And I think 6,500 seemed like a reasonable number to target for.
So, Chair, I appreciate the explanation. The applicants, is very pleased that we really have reduced the nature of the application to this one request. And so with that, the applicant would actually request that the project and the proposal maintain the current proposed FAR of 1.18 for the following reason. Chair, in the history of the special permit pursuant to 73-622 over the last 20 some odd years, despite the hundreds of applications, maybe even thousands that have been before the board, there's actually a limited number of applications that have been affected both by an R2X and a 73-622 zoning special permit. And so I had an opportunity during the break between our last matter before the board and now to review all 392 of those cases. And I've actually determined that there are 7. And again, this is on a good faith effort, understanding this research was done only within the last 2 hours. But of those, there are 7 when I entered the parameters of a 73-622 and R2X into the database, which actually ended up having received special permit grants, both for pursuant to 73-622 and within the R2X within the Ocean Parkway special permit, special district. Of those 7, the floor areas range from 1.1 to 1.28, with an average FAR of 1.2, or actually a little bit higher than 1.2. The chair would have us reducing to 6,500 square feet would reduce the FAR here to 1.08, which would actually be contrary to precedent of the board in terms of these R2X grants. So no R2X grant, again, admittedly pursuant to fairly hasty research, which was done this afternoon, no R2X grant has come below a floor area ratio of 1.1. And moreover, the 2 grants that, 3 grants of the board that were granted within the radius, perhaps the most compelling in terms of precedent, were at 1.16 through 1.23 with an average of 1.19. So what have we established? Number 1, with regards to R2X OP special grants by the board, the average is 1.2. With regards to those within the radius, the average is 1.19. The applicant right now is proposed below both of those at a 1.18.
Mr. Lobel, I appreciate the research that you have done. I really do give credit to you and your team for doing this thorough research in such a short period of time. I would strongly recommend that you put this analysis and submit it to us. However, I will remind you of this one particular case where the board did deny it. and this is very different, but there is some similarity to this, is that this was a site where it was not just one zoning lot, several tax lots were purchased over a period of time and made into, it was almost like a super half a block site. It became a super half block site in an R2X on Bedford Avenue, and where the applicant was seeking an FAR, making the similar argument of providing an FAR of, and seeking a 20-foot rear yard for a lot that is 100 by 500 or 600 foot long. Now, FAR is a very cute number in some ways. It's a really nice way to say, oh, well, we are less than 1.08, we are close to 1.9. But when you open that box of FAR, the actual number that lies within that box is far more than what typically the intent of the zoning text was. The intent of the zoning text was to allow small homes to enlarge. An intent of the zoning text was the small homes that are tucked away in these really tight zoning lots to give them some room to grow. And what I'm seeing here is you have, unlike all the other lots in this area, you've been given an as of right lot without even a zoning lot merger, a 5,000 square foot lot, and you're proposing something that is more, granted, which is, and the board has allowed for up to one FAR or maybe a little bit more over one FAR. What this is going is well more than that. And when you open that little bit more, that FAR box, I'm looking at a floor area that is far more than what is the build context. And that particular project that I'm referring to, you probably know that very well, was denied partly because the FAR ask and the whole building was too big. I mean, that may not be because it's not a 500 square foot, 500 foot long building, but the bottom line is don't just look at the FAR, look at the floor area. And use the floor area also in your argument to show how much is in the R2X. The FARs, floor areas are being allowed by the lot sizes. Here you have a 5,000 square foot lot and you're proposing 7,500 square foot building. Whereas an R2X, if you have a 3,000 square foot lot, the floor area is not going to be 7,000 square foot. It's going to be much less. And what is the predominant built floor area? Not just FAR, predominant build floor area. That's why I was very particular when I asked for the analysis, not just for the FAR, but also for the floor area.
I understand, Chair. And I think we can present what we've researched and come back to the board. But and again, the only reason we fight so hard in this respect is because these are for homeowners and every square foot counts in that regard. But I think what I would basically point to in terms of the cases, and again, we'll return these to the board, is that the board has always measured in terms of the 73622 and specifically in terms of the R2X OP cases, which I've cited, has always measured that in terms of floor area ratio, specifically because the proportionality. Chair, I can read you the resolutions. I've got them in front of me. They all cite the ranges of FAR that's offered in the area of the site. And it's specifically because one of the beauties of FAR is that it's proportional to the site, so that we acknowledge that a 6,000 foot home on a 4,000 square foot site is much different than on a 5,000 square foot site. So the fact that the applicant here benefits from a larger site should not proportionally hurt them because the floor area ratio takes that into account. So
but in all fairness, the site being so large, you already are afforded as of right a lot more floor area. And so again, keep in mind the intent of the 73-622.
Understood, Chair. I think probably what we would do would be to talk amongst ourselves as an applicant team and return the materials to the board and with the discussion, after discussion with my client, perhaps reduce the building. I think internally the discussion was that they may not want to go all the way down, but take off something from the home so that we could end up in a situation where we come back with something which again would importantly would satisfy any necessary character finding.
Okay.
The record, to the extent that this hasn't already been stated, the resolution referenced by the chair is 91-14-BZ. 3420 Bedford Avenue.
Okay, great. We will, thank you for that. We will, note that and include that in our discussion. You know, it was like a trip down memory lane to take a look at literally about 392 cases in the last several hours. The fact remains that we understand the board's point. We'd like to come to a happy medium in terms of that and would be happy to try to do so.
Yes, and so would we. And, you know, we do understand the need for it, but it has to be somewhat reasonable because as you know, Mr. LaBelle, if we allow one building, you and your other fellow colleagues will be coming to us with the same argument. So that's why we need to marry FAR and floor area together.
Understood, Chair.
I understand in the prior resolutions, only FAR was mentioned, but floor area is also an important component.
Understood, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How much time do you need? Actually, let's first go to the public and you can think about how much time you need.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2023-02BZ, 2003 East Third Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and the pound sign. At the second prompt, you will only enter the press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to raise your hand, please use the small hand that is at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So Chair, with regards to timing, may I continue with regards to timing? I would just defer to Jose Ramirez, the project architect. Is this something, Jose, that we'd be able to deliver within the next 2 to 3 weeks?
Yes. September, okay. I'm not going to promise September. We will get back to you on it because we do have a little bit of a packed schedule, but we'll get back to you. But you said you within 2 weeks you can submit? What if it were to be October?
October will be too far out. We would love to submit it as soon as possible.
Okay. Okay, we will get back to you because like I had said yesterday, September is turning out to be a little, I mean, we have a very packed agenda. Let me get back. We'll get
Okay.
back.
Whatever the board can do, Chair, we appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I have to say, you know, the building design that you have, it's a really well-designed building and it is much improved from what was submitted. But we need to scale it a little bit down based on the neighborhood context. And that is in terms of floor area.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We are going to take a break.
We're going to
for
take a,
10
yeah.
minutes,
10
minutes,
10 minutes.
10-minute break, and we will return.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not a fan of that. Oh. We're still on the road. Never mind.
Sorry about that. Servers later.
Yeah, that's good.
We good? We're back on the record? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. This is the public hearing for the Board of Standards and Appeals for August 8th, 2023. New cases, 2022-95 BZ, 1249 Cedar Avenue, Brooklyn. Gupta? Mr. Gupta, Mr. Gonzalez, okay. Hi, Mr. Gupta, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Okay, only you today?
Just me.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and please respond to the board's comments.
Diwakar Gupta for the applicant Nazir J. Kanzada. I listened to the review session this morning and I agree with the board that this site needs a lot of work. And we talked to the owner, so we're going to make the changes that the board suggested. So we're going to clean up the site. We're going to remove the excess signage. We're going to remove the cars that are parked along the sidewalk. We're going to discontinue the U-Haul rentals. We will install an 8-foot tall masonry wall along the northern lot line. And then someone pointed out that the parking spaces 8 and 9 are located too close to the residential neighbors. But if we install that 8-foot tall masonry wall, would that location still be objectionable?
Difficult for me to say at this point. I know I haven't explained, but
We can't hear you.
Chair, we can't hear you. We can't hear you on the Zoom.
microphone is off. Sorry. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think my concern with I'm just looking at the plan. Just give me a second. I want to look at the plan. I don't want to make any So the proposal, what you're proposing is to put a masonry wall along both residential lot lines?
Yeah, along the entire northern lot.
8 foot high.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, the vacuum machine that is located on the Euclid, that can be located somewhere else.
We can talk to the car wash operator about relocating it.
And my concern is honestly is when you do have these parking spaces right next to the car wash, it is going to be used for car wash related use. And so you need to separate out the car wash related use from other uses. For example, if somebody wants to just come in to clean up their car using the vacuum machine, that should not be part of the integrated part of the car wash. It can be somewhere else. You have other parking spaces and, in terms of the total calculation, as Commissioner Otley Brown pointed out, you have to show the breakdown of the parking requirement per each one of the uses. And I think most of the spaces are now being used up by the proposed change to the car wash, which is I'm forgetting the terms that is used to clean up and all the special treatments and all of that's going to be done. So you're losing a lot of the parking spaces for that operation and not leaving it for a typical operation that would be needed for a gas station or with an auto repair. And you also have the auto repair facility. They also bring their car in and those cars are stored somewhere else. So that's why I'm hesitant in saying yes to it, because you need to do a thorough assessment of what is the need for the parking space. I mean, what are the operational needs for the auto repair, convenience store, gas station? Somebody goes to the gas station and after fills out the car, quickly parks to pick up something from the convenience store, or wants to just clean the car a little bit without having to go through the car wash, and then the car wash and the detailing. So each one of these operations has their own parking need and for duration. Without understanding that, I think what you're designing is just kind of saying, oh, we have this parking space and this is next to the car repair, and we're going to put this for car repair, or this is next to the detailing, we'll put this next to detailing. And I do not think that is going to be successful in making this all these uses work in a synchronized way on this site, unless that thorough analysis is done.
Okay, so we'll do that traffic study, the analysis that you mentioned to look at what the parking needs for the site. The vacuum, I'm gonna confirm with the car wash operator, but I believe that vacuum actually goes inside the building, and so it would only be used for car washed customers, but I'll confirm that.
Yeah, it's right now, it's outside the building.
It's outside, but I believe it connects to the inside of the building. I'll check.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll look at the needs, the traffic, the parking needs for the entire site. And we were initially proposing planting along the rear lot line. But if the site needs more parking, then we can, instead of having that entire space be planting, we can use that for parking.
Well, given what I saw that was shared by Council Vine, and if this is going to become a storage of used cars or used car parts, that's also a nuisance for the residents. And it's not very wide, so all you will be able to do is put the cars or car parts there. And I am very hesitant about that operation being permitted here, given the fact that the current operator has been so negligent in maintaining the site in a proper condition that is respectful of its neighbor.
Okay.
I think, in other words, rather than piecemealing this, I think what the chair is suggesting is a more holistic review of your entire project to ensure that both parking and access, as Commissioner Yoon stated about entering and exiting from the car wash and the lines, and you really need to redesign this in a way that both, and also with the signage, it just needs a very thorough readdressment to figure out how we can feel comfortable that this is not going to be a nuisance or, in fact, a danger to the community. And that's what special reference to the behind the building, all the trash that's accumulated up there. I'm very surprised that at this point, like, fire department hasn't set a violation, because that is a clear violation. So really, I would implore your client to give this a fresh look of eyes at how to make this operation work in a way that's not an offense to the community.
Okay.
Yeah, that's well said.
So yeah, we'll talk to the owner. We'll make sure that the site is cleaned up, and we're going to reevaluate all the parking and stuff. For the area along Euclid Avenue, we're going to get rid of that sign that prevents the 2 lanes of cars from lining up for the car wash. And I think we're going to look into cutting back the canopy, because you mentioned that the canopy counts as the prep area, and therefore cars under it don't count as part of the reservoir.
So as I understand it, and you can get a CRD1 reading from DOB if you want to, and Commissioner Yoon, you were going to say something. As I understand it, from a very recent case that was before us for an appeals, and which was centered around this specific matter, as we understand it, the way DOB assesses reservoir spaces is that as any reservoir space is a space where cars are just waiting before they are put into the prep. So the activity that is happening under that awning by the Euclid, it's not a car waiting to get in. It's already the preparation point has started. So therefore that cannot be counted towards reservoir space. That means the operation of the car wash has started from there on. And so you're looking at then 8 reservoir spaces, which is not what the prior boards had approved. It had to be 10. So you have to figure out a way to provide 10 reservoir spaces before the preparation point starts.
Okay. I think what we'll probably do is we'll eliminate that proposed planting area at the corner of the site. And I think if we reduce the size of the entrance canopy, then we should, and remove that as a prepping area. And I think we'll be able to fit 10 cars in that reservoir.
Well, I am skeptical whether you'll be able to do it, given the fact you have a gas pump that is located too close to the lot line, which leaves almost no maneuverability for any car to come in through that curb cut at the corner of Euclid and Sutter for to fill up the gas. Short of them driving through the curb of Sutter, which is what is happening right now. I mean, right now, the vehicles are driving either on Euclid or on Sutter to get to their program spaces. That's not the intent of the sidewalks.
Mhm.
Sidewalk is for people to walk and not get hit by cars.
Mhm.
And I am, unfortunately, my fear is if you don't relocate that pump, you're creating a situation where a car is just going to say, I'm not going to wait for all these cars to move up that are waiting for, car wash. I'm just going to take the sidewalk and get to my lane. That's dangerous, and that's not going to. I don't think we want that.
Mhm.
So you need to. Every comment that has been stated because each and every mistake individually, if you look at it, it may not amount to much. When you put it all together, basically the site is not functioning. You have to look at the entire site as Vice Chair Shibata said. You have to look at the entire site, look at each and every comments and see how they fit in to the equation and all the adjustment that needs to be made. Then only you can address all the comments and the concerns that the prior board had and what this board has.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna double check. We'll double check that dimension for the pump and see what needs to be done there. We'll also remove that curb cut along Euclid Avenue. We'll relocate the trash enclosure. We'll install drains for the car wash to make sure there's no water running off the site.
What did you say? The last, can you repeat?
Install drains.
Okay, you will install drains. Great.
We'll replace the bollards with chains with the residential fencing 4 or 5 feet high, between 4 to 5 feet high, metal. We'll board up the windows for the car wash. I don't believe they're in use. We'll revise our calculations for the expansion of the building. So we'll include the kiosk as well as the entrance canopy because that's counted as a prep area.
And you said you'll reduce the entrance canopy, right?
That's what I'm thinking we'll do to maintain the reservoir of 10 cars. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll provide a survey. And so the curb cut along Dosher Avenue, it's 34 feet when it's supposed to be 20 feet. You mentioned that it doesn't need to be 34 feet because it's only supposed to be for a single lane of traffic. The cars exiting the car wash. We're proposing to make it 2 lanes of traffic for cars that are going to enter the detailing center. I know where you said that the board is going to wait until the site is cleaned up and in compliance before considering the additional changes. But can we hold off on reducing that curb cut until after the rest of the site is brought into compliance? And then if it makes sense to reduce that, then we will.
No.
Why would you want, that's a one-way, Dosher is one way. Why would you want a curb cut there for vehicles to enter when you already have another curb cut on Dosher closer, or you don't, but you have one that's on Sutter, which is closer to Dosher. One can enter through there and go to the 3 waiting areas for detailing.
So initially we were proposing that like the cars that, to enter the detailing center, it would be easier for them to enter along Dosher rather than on Sutter because of the trash enclosure. But now we're relocating the trash enclosure, so I think.
Okay, let's step back. Before you propose a detailing center, what we need to understand, what goes into the detailing center, what are the hours of operation detailing center, how many vehicles would be worked on in an hour throughout the day? Is it by appointment? How is it going to operate? Because I do not want this to become another place where cars are waiting by the curbside or by the sidewalk to get in queue for the detailing center. So without understanding that, I also don't see why you need to have an entrance from Dosher. If you're going to have 3 cars coming in a span of 8 hours, why do you need a separate entrance from Dosher? Why can't Sutter work?
Okay. So we'll provide more.
Okay.
Yes, it was addressed to you though. No. You won't.
So I think each one of these proposals that you're putting forth, you have to give us a complete argument of what is the operational plan, what is the demand that is going to be generated from this operation, and therefore make the proposal to address it. You need X, Y, Z, or can you fit it in?
And just to add, I'd also, while doing that, I'd keep in mind that you've heard in the review that the board is a bit skeptical about, the board took exception to how this operation is being run currently. So you may want to take steps to ensure, have us feel some confidence that increasing uses here is not going to lead or create a negative result as the result that we have currently.
Understood.
Okay. Yes, any other questions or comments from you or from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public then.
Oh, Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Benke?
Based on this discussion, seems like we should see how the applicant responds before we determine at the next hearing what DOT reviews might be needed.
I agree. Yeah, we do need
Okay.
all the parking demand and supply analysis, and with the closure of the Euclid Avenue curb cut, all of that, then I think the analysis would change, but based on that, we can make the call.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-95 BZ, 1249 Sutter Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will only enter the pound sign. Once you permit it in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I think I want you to take as much time as possible to make these changes. And right now the weather is great. So all these improvements should be done now, including closing the Euclid Avenue curb cut, which I know you would have to get some permit from DOB, but I don't know if you got a permit from DOB to even put the curb cut. So I don't know if you need a curb cut to put it back. But either way, just take as much time as you need, Mr. Gupta, to get this site right.
Yeah, I think we'll need at least 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah, I think best time to see you back would be in November.
Okay.
You need all of the September month and October month to get remove all the signs. Even the temporary ones, there are a lot of these cardboard signs and flags and banners and whatnot. All of those need to be removed. Revising the drawings goes without saying, eliminating those curb cuts and relocating the pump. Because if you don't relocate the pump, you're going to have a lot of issues with the reservoir spaces. And I would say sincerely, when you do the survey, you'll find out how much actual space there is. And the photographs are more telling than what's being shown in the drawings.
We'll need a lot of photos.
Yeah, we will need a lot of photos.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do a November hearing on this one. And you do pretty good job with all your cases. So I'm hoping you can deliver it this one also. We need to have this delivered nicely. It's been a problem site. Okay, all right. Thank you. Have a good summer, Mr. Gupta.
Okay. 2023-03 BZ, 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn.
This is Christopher Wright.
Yeah. I was probably jumping in early. Hey, Chris.
Hello.
Right. Mr. Wright, is there anyone with you?
Ken, the architect is supposed to join us, Filogino. He should be calling in. He's been on hold. He's been like me waiting in the waiting room. The architect.
He's there, I think. He's there.
Yes, I'm here. Ah, good. Okay, great.
Visual, please.
Sorry.
Ken?
Yes.
Last name, visual, please, if you can.
Ken is the architect?
Yeah.
Please accept joining us.
Just the two of us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please accept joining as panelists.
Okay.
Ken, there you go. How you doing, Ken?
Please raise your right hands. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to board comments.
Ken, Chris Wright.
Ken Fullerton.
May I begin? Yes, okay. So I listened to your review session. I think there's some confusion about the zoning. You have different regulations for 1 and 2 families and 3 families, and different regulations for infill and non-infill. So what I'd like to do is I can go through and kind of go through the zoning issues and how we can clarify those issues. And then I'd like to turn it over to Ken to address, which I think are the more serious issues about the FAR and the design. But let me start by just kind of going through how, and everything I'm going to tell you, we'll put in writing, okay? I'm just going to do in the order that they came up. I'll start with the Community Board 5. They heard us in April. They approved us. I've asked them so many times this summer to send me the resolution. They haven't done it. I'd respectfully ask if the staff at BSA could ask them to send it over, please. I've tried everything I can. Okay, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the DOB objection, you're right. We asked, I think the correct objection is 23-462, which is for 3 family homes. When we got the objection back from DOB, we literally got it a week before it expired. It said ZR 48, 2048, 8 side relief for 3 family home. And I didn't double check. We scrambled to get the application. We literally got it a week before it expired. And I didn't even notice today that it said 2348, but that's incorrect. So we will go back and get a new objection for the 3 family home we're requesting, which is 23-462. I know it was mentioned in the hearing, the review session, that ZR 2349. I think that's for budding buildings. So I will double check with DOB.
Yeah, you're right. It shouldn't be 23-49 is when you have 2 abutting semi-detached or attached building. You need to have the wall be continuous.
Right.
No, that's not the one I'm referring, but
I think the correct one, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chair.
yeah, go ahead.
I think it's ZR 23462, which is for the 3-family homes, which has a requirement of 8-foot side, 2 8-foot side yards, and there's no reduction for narrow lots, which you can do under 23461 when you have a 1 and 2 family home.
Yep, okay, yeah, so
Okay.
you get the idea.
I get the idea. It was incorrect either way, and we will get the correct one. And I apologize for that mix-up. Yeah, the next was your concern about the justification for the 1.65 FAR. Ken will address that when he goes through it. We believe it's legit. It's as of right. It fits in full definition of predominantly built up. We'll give you something in writing, but Ken can discuss it with you more when I turn it over to him. You asked for elevations on all 4 sides. I think in our response and those comments, we revised the proposed plans, and provided elevations on all sides. I can check with Examiner Bell if you want me to check that, but I believe we did that.
It's possible that you may have submitted something later than what we typically start reviewing the cases as they come in. And if anything has been submitted subsequently and we didn't pick it up, we didn't.
Yeah, there was a bit of a rush on the NOC because I was still working on the NOC when I was told I had a hearing date and get the NOC quick as I could. So I understand that. So we got the NOC in, I respond to NOC. We provided the elevations. I understand. There's a few points like that I'll go through, but please double check. And if it's missing something, we can provide it. Okay. But the NOC came in late because I got a hearing date while I was still working on it, and I don't want to lose my hearing date.
Okay.
Then the zoning, there's an inconsistency between my facts and findings in the zoning sheet. The zoning sheet had floor area per floor, and my facts and findings had something slightly different, some mistakes. So I will correct the facts and findings and make sure it's consistent with the zoning sheet. In terms of dwelling unit factor, I think we're in compliance. I think one of the issues there is that R5 infill has a factor of 900. R5 non-infill is a factor of 760. But either way, with an FAR of either 1.65 and a factor of 900, you end up getting 3.6 units. And with a FAR of 1.25, which is 2,500 divided by 760, you get 3.3 units. So I think our 3 units complies with the DU requirements, but we'll submit that in writing as well.
Okay. I think my biggest concern is that the size of the studio that is being proposed is, and if you look at even HPD's minimum unit size guidelines for a studio, for an AIRS unit, it's minimum 400, 250. I barely step in and I am out of the house.
Well, like I said, I mean, let me just go through kind of the technical stuff and then Ken will address it. I mean, I think that the main room on the basement is 242, but the basement FAR is 980, but
okay.
Rather than
You
fracture
can provide that analysis. Okay, provide that.
But Ken's going to go to all through this in more detail, but I just want to get through all the zoning
You know
questions.
what I would suggest, everything that you're stating, put it in writing
I will.
and submit it, because it's been a really long day for all of us, and I'm getting old.
Okay, you know what? I don't have to talk anything else here. I can clarify all the other issues you raised in writing. I think is what's most important is for me to turn over to Ken to talk about the FAR and the
I
design.
think the most important thing that you, from the hearing, is these can fall into place is our genuine concern about providing a studio with such a big cellar space, which is not meant for habitable purposes. And the studio space that is being provided at grade or at basement level is woefully inadequate for anybody to live in. So it's going to end up being a livable, the cellar space will end up being the livable space, and the 200 square foot, 250 square foot that is there and the basement permitted will really not be used for what it's intended to be. So I do not want to at all allow something like this where you'll end up creating illegal units and an occupancy of space that is not allowed. So our suggestion, and I think the board, my suggestion and the board agrees, is that you, instead of a three family unit, provide 2 family unit, and both of them can be duplex units, and you end up getting really good units, three bedroom units for all 3 with 2 of them, and with ample open space for each one of them. If you're going to change it, then I would ask you not to provide cellar at all. If you're going to provide the studio space, I'm going to tell you this upfront. If you're going to provide a studio space, you are not going to provide a cellar space with a habitable space, with any connection to the unit above. And it will be only a partial cellar where you would have storage and trash storage or utility or whatever you need. And then your first floor and the second floor can be as what it is. But I am not comfortable knowing what is going to happen. Approve a plan. I'm being honest.
I understand.
Please do not force us to change our mind. And we know in reality what will happen and what happens. It's not will, it is happening. And these are death traps. And I'm not going to allow that.
What's important though to the applicant is 3 families that this is a
Figure
tight.
out another way, then figure out another way to do it.
I don't want to argue with the board.
No, this is, if you want a family to live in a healthy environment, putting them in the cellar without any light and air is not that solution. If you want the family to have a healthy existence, then provide a generous, reasonable amount of a floor unit size, studio size, that is 450 square foot or whatever minimum for somebody to be in the studio. And I don't even think you need that ADA ramp and all of that. You just need one set of staircases, and the entrance can be, it's a very convoluted entrance plan that you've proposed. You could have, instead of having 2 levels of staircases, you could have an U-shaped staircases, and that way your landings can help you move the people around in a much easier way rather than the way it's been laid out. And honestly speaking, you have a living room that is 20 foot wide, which is pretty decent. We generally in these narrow lots don't see such a wide living room space. So, we are not asking you to shave much, but I am extremely concerned about that studio space that is proposed.
Okay, I understand.
My fellow commissioner.
And I mean, my biggest concern, I mean, I'm not the architect and I don't want to argue with the board, but we do need, I think, to keep it to 3 families if we can, and we can revisit this, and with the architect and with the applicant's been building homes in that area for 40 years. But I think to get cut down to two families.
The other part of the analysis is you need to also show a neighborhood context and character analysis of what is the typical number of, as I noticed, these are all mostly attached homes. And you need to show us what is the typical unit count per zoning lot. Is it 3 family, 5 families, 6 families? What is it?
That I don't know. Maybe
Legal unit.
we submitted a bulk. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Apologize. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And
Maybe we did.
So we need to keep in consider, look, Mr. Wright, you've heard the comments of the commissioners at review. Everyone they weren't very happy with 3 family. There's an finding that you have to find, that you have to arrive at. We could go back and forth at this, but I think it might be best to see what you could do, what you could provide us in response to our comments that could convince us that your new proposed project is in line with both community and is also the smallest, the least variance that can make you whole.
The only thing I was going to say, Commissioner, and I don't mean to apologize. We spent a lot of money submitting a lot of reports based on the NOC, and showing this is in context and showing it's consistent and showing the uniqueness. And I would like not to have to submit another land use report with the cost. I'd rather focus my time and energy on the architect and a design that you find compatible, and less time on trying to do counts in the neighborhood. It's an old neighborhood. Most of it was designed pre 61. We've submitted 3 land use reports. I think if I may just, the only reason I'm saying anything right now is what I'd like to do is go back with your comments. I heard them. talk to the Ken, talk to the applicant, and try to come back with a 3-family that fits your requirements. I just would like not to have to do more land use reports, please.
Can I just simply interject here? I understand that you feel that it may be cost prohibitive, but because you're suggesting a typology here that doesn't require a financial analysis,
I know.
there's no other way for us on the board to determine what the minimal variance here is, except to place you in the context of the surrounding neighborhood. And so if you want 3 families, you have to show us that there are legal 3 families in your neighborhood. And so therefore, what you're asking for is not an overreach. Whether you do the work yourself or you contract it out to someone else, we don't care as long as the information is accurate. But there really is no other way for us to know whether we would be putting you equal to everybody around you or if we're going to be giving you undue advantage. And that's the problem. And that's why we're asking for it.
You know, our problem is we have a 20-foot wide, not to argue, a 20-foot wide site. That's our problem. And
we
But
know
you
what
still
we
have
need.
to make the 5.
Mr. Wright, I think you're losing the big picture. We
okay,
are
no, I got it. It's fine. We can
You're
stop.
not arguing the uniqueness part of it.
Okay, we can
Are
stop.
arguing the program of this bill.
I apologize, just the first hearing, and let me go back with Ken and the architect and the client and come back to you with a better design, okay?
And for the record, Mr. Wright, it
No,
was a review session. Your study of lot ownership, specifically with respect to lot 18, page 6 of 8 states no common ownership between Alfred French and Ryan Joseph. A look at the second page of those deeds where it says additional parties listed would show that they are not at arm's length from each other. So I would go back in depth for your deed search, specifically with respect to the 2 adjoining lots to the north, as they were commonly held in 2021.
I heard your comments, Chase. I don't have any answer to that. I had a title report done. I heard what you said about Acris. I sent a message to the consultant who you know well, and we'll respond to that. I don't have an answer to that right now, Chase, but I heard your comments before.
Okay,
Okay, we're done. We don't have to say anything else.
all right. So then let's just go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2023-03 BZ 519 Jerome Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, 646, 558, and 656. At the prompt, you will enter webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak on your mailing in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your hand. It's the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
All right, Mr. Wright, how much time? And I want you to take as much time as possible to get this right. And please listen to our comments.
I did.
We want the project to fail. We do understand the need for housing, but it has to be appropriate housing. It has to be housing that is safe, that is secure, that is sound, that is healthy.
No, I heard your comments this morning. I made notes and everything, but I think it's more important to the discussion we had now than me going through these details about ZR sections.
Choice of having a vacant site versus a site with 2 nice homes. 2 nice units.
Okay, 2.5. No, I'm just joking. Okay, let me. That's fine. I understand the gist of what you want here, and I don't know. The October 30th. What's good for you?
Let's shoot for end of October or early November.
Yeah, I think your schedule says October 30th.
Yes.
What's the submission date for that?
Mission day for October 30th is October 12th.
September 12th.
October 12th.
October 12th.
October 12th.
Sorry.
Ken, can we work on that?
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure my consultant's on board. All right, why don't we shoot for that?
Start recording at the tone. When finished, press the pound key.
What was that?
Someone was.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Now, in that case, you have Mr. Piazza. Give us a
Oh.
moment.
Oh, that's the next person. Okay, so we're done. Is that, are we done for today?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Happy summer.
You too. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Also, we let in for the next case after the applicant speaks, so please be patient.
Is your microphone on?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, no, please be aware that as soon as the applicant is finished discussing with the board, then we will open it up to the public. The next item is 2023-04 BZ and 20207 BZ, 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn, and 2023-05 BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Mr. Goldstein,
Hi, I'm here about it.
anyone with you?
Not right now.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I will endeavor to be short, given the long day and the long week that the board has had so far. I attended the review session and I heard the comments. I'll respond to a majority of them or all of them in writing. I'd like to just run through them quickly. Color scheme for the plans and show the waivers a little differently so it's clear to the board, no problem. We'll confirm the fire separation between the buildings is adequate. With an engineer's report to you, indicate no standing on the site plans with the hours. We'll put that on the site plans. We'll provide the elementary school arrival and dismissal hours in the statement of facts as well. With regard to the rooftop play area, we've heard the board's comments and subject to seeker analysis, we'll see what a location is that where we can locate the rooftop play area, because the location, as we get further or closer to McDonald Avenue, you get closer to the elevated. So there's a fine line that we have to try and balance, but we will put an acoustic fence around the play area fence so that there is some separation and some protection. With regard to the easement between two buildings, the two buildings are different owners, and that's really the reason that it's being maintained as two buildings. The initial building, 2170 McDonald, is a long-term lease that we've had since the approval, and the new building on the corner is one that we own, so we can't really merge the lots and merge the buildings into a single building. So therefore, we'll work with council on an easement or a restrictive covenant should this be approved. I'll do the analysis for the chain of title for the self-created hardship. With regard to the alternate site, the reason I initially mentioned it as two buildings and then went to the 45,000 is because as we were doing it to show that having it as two buildings would have duplicate services, duplicate needs, and would be cost prohibitive, and therefore we needed to do this as a single building where we would relocate the entirety of the school as proposed to a new building. Commissioner Otley Brown, this is something that you and I have been working on, I think, for almost 12 years now to try and resolve this. You've given me a very good script now that we can follow. We took notes and we will try and get it right after this much time. With regard to the C and the D findings for the tech memo, we'll confirm the STC rating and the DBA to make sure that we meet the requirements. We'll discuss the increased traffic and we'll analyze it based on the number of vans projected at maximum occupancy. We'll flesh out the operational plan, which is in our papers, to discuss that there's no impact on the street system, and we'll have that in the seeker as well. Then with regard to the major question of why we can't or why we didn't analyze the building or attempt to build over McDonald, let's say I have a third floor has been suggested over the McDonald Avenue building. We had an engineer who was scheduled to speak today. Given the fact that Commissioner Shetta is not here and the late hour of the day, I think we'll issue our analysis in writing as to why we chose to go this route as opposed to spreading the bulk over the entirety of the building. And we hope that it'll shed light on why we chose this specific approach. It's not something that we wanted to do, but it's something that based on the existing building and based on the existing use, we were kind of backed into it. So we'll put that in writing, we'll submit it to the board for your review, and we'll go from there. I believe those were all the comments from the board.
Go ahead.
Mr. Goldstein, would a 1210D zoning law development agreement permit you to with unrelated owners sharing at least 10 contiguous feet, develop this as a single zoning lot and therefore spread your bulk across the zoning lot more efficiently?
The problem is not creating the zoning lot. The problem is building on top of someone else's building. So we would have to build on top of the building that we're leasing, which we have a long-term lease, but the ownership doesn't want to sell it to us, and we can't build on top of it right now with our building. So we would have to build on top of his building. But in any event, even if we try to extend, we'll submit a letter from the engineer explaining the difficulties inherent in trying to develop on this 2170 McDonald building. So even if we could, it has structural issues that can't be overcome.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
But I think those were all the comments to make.
All right, any other questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
So you want to do Mr. Gorman
Um,
first?
Just call.
You should have.
Oh, let me make the phone calls. I'm sorry. I'm
It's,
sorry. I'm
it's,
sorry.
it's rare nowadays
You're going
to
to
have
speak first.
somebody.
This is, sorry, Mr.
in-
Gorman, sorry. The case we are calling, the case we are discussing are 2023-04 BZ, 20207 BZ for 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn, 2023-05 BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. At the prompt, you enter the webinar ID number 898-8205-2006 and press the pound sign. At the second prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So, Mr. Gorman, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the board for the hospitality today. I know you don't get too many visitors, and I want to thank your staff for providing me with the proposal because the community board said they didn't have it. They held a public hearing without even having access to the plan, which I thought was sort of bizarre. My name is John Gorman. I live at 189 Lake Street. My family's been there only 107 years. As my neighbor of 150 says, we're the new kids on the block. A little story about that building. It was built as a factory building way back when, I guess they say pre-61. And then later there was another tenant was Citibank. They did their back office checks clearing in the old days when they had those. And the footprint was smaller than it is today. I don't know if you have the drawing in front of you, but basically they extended it on both sides. So when I was, I guess, I don't know, 14 years old or so, we had a 30 or 35 foot wall behind the house. And my neighbor 2 doors down, an immigrant, looked up the law at the time and somehow got Citibank, the tenant at the time, to tear down that wall, as Reagan would say. And that building was pushed back, it was demolished, and the 20-foot setback that's behind my house now was established. So it's ironic that how many years ago, a lot of years ago, this immigrant got this Citibank to obey the law, and today they want to basically violate the law and take away the light and air that my grandmother sought when she left the tenement houses. Not many folks here today. The neighborhoods, I'm the young guy on the block, so if it gives you some idea, there's a lot of elderly, and there's also a lot of recent immigrants who have limited English ability. So they're not really aware of what's going on. I tried to speak to them, but it's very different. This is number 5 variance for this institution on this one city block, number 5. That's, deference has to be shown to educational institutions, but how much deference, there's limit. Also, it's mentioned about a religious education. The reason for this expansion is to comply with the city's requirements for pre-K and 3K. This is not going to be a religious school per se. It's going to be open to everyone, I hope. And so it's not religious. It shouldn't be confused with one of those things. Right now, it is. Right now, it's exclusive to that community, but in the future, when they get the city funding. So they're going to use city funding. To do that, they're going to violate my space, my air that we've had for 107 years. And I don't think that's fair whatsoever. Now, of those 5 variances that they applied for, this is the, by the way, I'm not nervous, I'm freezing in here, it's cold. So, this is the first rear yard violation that they've applied for. The other ones were sizes and everything else. This is the first time they've violated the rear yard requirement, which I just do not think that's correct at all. As far as unique physical size of these lots, these are rectangular square lots. That's ridiculous, I think. They claim in their proposal that a lot of the teachers carpool. That's not true.
Wrap it up.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your deference. I'll send the rest in writing.
Keep going,
Go
keep
ahead.
Keep
going.
going.
Waited long enough.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Hope you object, Mr. Goldstein. Very nice fellow, by the way, who did not go to CUNY Law School. So he wants you to know that.
No objection. I went to Brooklyn Law School, but don't hold it against me.
There's a tremendous problem with this school. It's a very expensive school, the elementary school. There's a tremendous problem at dismissal here. It's not your typical school. The kids mostly don't live in the neighborhood. They're coming a little further away. Tuition's expensive. Kids are worried, parents are worried. Dismissal time is a disaster. And this is just going to make it worse. I don't see any studies being done by the school about that, but it's a disaster. They claim the teachers carpool. We don't see that. They claim that teachers rent driveways. There aren't many driveways on the street. And myself walking around the neighborhood, I didn't see any teachers being parked in driveways. I think that's not really true. This actually violates the previous BSA ruling. You approved a previous variance, and this violates the variance that they got before. And what really irks some people in the community is part of that initial variance, they promised to do their dismissals on McDonald Avenue. But in 2017, they applied for another variance saying we want to have dismissal on this little one-way street called Lake Street, which would really tie up the place. Let's see what else. There were all alternatives. There was the Del Rio Diner site, this huge piece of land that wasn't included. It's still for sale, I believe. And the other thing I want to mention is they said there's a need for the school. Well, we all want schools. New York Times article, April 10th of this year, 30,000 empty seats in pre-K and 3K. So there isn't a need for the school. The type of school that they want to build is, right, there's an oversupply of that right now. So I don't think they should be able to violate small homeowners' rights to build a school that's not needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is you want to do Mr. Piazza first? Mr. Piazza first is in the meeting. Mr. Piazza? Mr. Piazza, can you unmute? Star 6, Mr. Piazza.
Where do you see Mr. Piazza?
Mr. Piazza, he's there, Anthony Piazza.
Oh, there I see. Yeah.
Yes, hello, this is Mrs. Piazza. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Thank you for hearing us. Who am I speaking to?
The Board of Standards and Appeals. Go ahead, addressing the commissioners. Go ahead, Ms. Piazza.
The commissioners, yes. Can I have names, please?
You have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your name.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Chase Vine. I'm the General Counsel of the Board of Standards and Appeals. We are conducting a public hearing. This is your 3 minutes to testify on this application. Please proceed.
Most excellent. I'm putting you on with my husband because we are on a speakerphone and we don't have a computer. He wants to testify. His name is Anthony Piazza. My name is Lucy Piazza. I am his wife. Okay, here he is. Hold on. Standards and Appeals. They wouldn't give me
Hello, my name is Anthony Piazza. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my complaints. I'm 75 years old. I have Parkinson's. My family's been on this in this home since the early 60s. My concern is a couple of things. Number one, traffic. that's going to be brought into this area down a small street, right? There was not enough parking down here for people who live here now. They're increasing the traffic. Quality of life will be changed. And what they want to do is they want to build up that building on Area T. It's up, it should be no more than the height it is now. And this should be, if you're going to do this, it should be done for the community, not just for a special group. Also, the air quality will be getting worse because traffic will be coming down. McDonald Avenue is used mostly for in the past for commercial vehicles. Also, there are times that McDonald Avenue gets so crowded, emergency vehicles can't get through, such as police, fire department, ambulance, and there are a number of senior citizens living on Lake Street. I'm one of them that needs to get to their hospitals, call service to come in. They will not be able to come in due to the traffic, the congestion, and there's no parking. Also, and there are people and the teachers and everything else. They all try to park on one block, Lake Street, between Area T and Area S. There's just not enough room. So building this, schools are needed. I'm not saying they're not. Right? What I am saying, this isn't the place to do it. Okay. Thank you. And again, thank you for taking my complaints. My name is Anthony Piazza. I live at 163 Lake Street. Phone number 718-375-6546.
Thank you, Mr. Piazza.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll now recognize Nat Bravata.
Yes,
And-
hello. This is Mrs. Piazza. Yes.
Do you wish to make any testimony, Ms. Piazza?
Thank you for hearing me. I just want to echo everything my husband said. We have senior transport that comes for the seniors, will not be able to get down the block with the extra traffic. And I was hearing everything Mr. Goldstein said, and we were also at the initial hearing. Why can't they build up 2170 McDonald Avenue? These poor little ones who are going to the preschool are going to be exposed to the railings and so forth that come off that junction when they're building the elevator for the McDonald Avenue train. So that's my, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Here's my husband. Hold on.
No, we're done.
No,
We're now going to
not
recognize
accepting
Nat
your
Bravata.
testimony. You can always provide it in writing. Thank you. Next,
If anyone has or has not had the opportunity to testify on this matter,
I'm here.
apologies, we'll just let you testify in 1 second.
It's okay.
Submit your further statements or additional statements to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. We'll now recognize Nat Bravata. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nat Bravata. My mother lives at 311 Avenue T. Her property is directly adjacent to both properties, which is 2170 McDonald Avenue and 321 Avenue T. I submitted photos of the property and a crude attempt of how the space will be disproportionately affected by the proposed addition and new construction of the Megan David Yeshiva. It is said to be built up to the edge of the adjoining property. This extremely large structure will interfere with the openness of the space. It will block all natural light and diminish the quality of the property as well as quality of life for the residents. I appreciate the members of the board recognizing this and actually visiting the site to confirm that fact. the area is simply too small for the size proposed. And if you want to witness the traffic on McDonald Avenue, it should be visited between the hours of 1 and 3 during dismissal. Coming up to see my mom from the Bell Parkway up McDonald Avenue, it is impossible to get near it due to traffic of school buses, parents, and regular traffic trying to get through. So I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today, and would like to know what the next steps are, and will I be notified of that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? This is McDonald Avenue and Avenue T. Anyone else? Please raise your hand. No? Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Goldstein.
Yes.
I have a
I'm-
suggestion. Is it possible to put this as one application, both for the special permit and for the variance, instead of having 3 applications? We have one for special permit and one for variance, covering both sites. And I think there might be a benefit to it, and maybe Council Vine, you can correct me if I'm wrong, especially with regards to the special permit and Commissioner Otley Brown. With regards to finding a alternate site, because you have an existing site and you're trying to expand that operation, I don't know if you need an alternate site argument. I mean, you would need it, but your argument becomes somewhat more nuanced. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Mr. Goldstein, I think what the board's intimating at is that there are ways to prosecute this as a single application, and you haven't demonstrated why they need to be bifurcated like this. Just because there is separate ownership doesn't mean that they can't be prosecuted together under one calendar number.
That's fine. I will reach out to you, Mr. Vine, and we can discuss it, the method forward. I personally do not care. I'm fine doing it, whatever's easiest for the board, especially if the board thinks it benefits me. I'm happy to go that route, but we can discuss it offline and try and come up
That's
with a
just my
solution.
thinking. I could be wrong.
And whether or not it's correct, whether a Zelda requires you to build above your neighbor's property, I don't believe it would require you to, but it would permit you to. But a Zelda would permit you to bring this as one single application. So please do explore that.
Yeah, no problem. I will explore it and I will get in touch with you to discuss going forward on the admin basis.
How much time do you need?
I think my responses can be fairly quick. We have most of it already addressed. I think seeker is outstanding, so it's being reviewed by DOT. So I think if we can get on the October 30th, that hopefully gives DEP and DOT enough time.
Okay. But do listen, yes, Commissioner.
Just one thing, I don't want an explanation now, but when you do provide the information about the structural reasons why you can't expand on top of 2170, why you are able to add 2 stories to each of the rear yards.
Okay, I can definitely do that. It's a very simple answer though. There's no structure there, so we're creating new structure as opposed to building on top of the existing structure.
And that, okay, well, and that's permitted by the owner that you are leasing from.
Correct. The structural issues prevent us from building on top of the building because it's, as will be explained, it's just infeasible.
I think
So I can discuss it.
I think what Commissioner Yoon has displayed is that the issue isn't exactly that the owner won't let you build on that property because he's letting you build on that property.
Right. No, my comment about not building on top was it's 2 separate owners, 2 separate buildings. So cantilevering an existing building, or rather a separate and distinct building, is something that I'd have to talk to Mr. Vine about. I wasn't saying that we couldn't do it. We're allowed to change the building, but there are impediments to it.
I think that the community has expressed it's certainly something that you should explore and
100%. I don't take it lightly. We heard them. we had very good conversations with them at the community board, and we appreciate them coming out.
Okay. Okay, any, did you have any? Okay, Ms. Benke, is there anything that, Mr. Goldstein needs to know about the secra, or other than what you've stated? Okay, all right, maybe not. I think she has stated what she has to. All right. October 30th it is. And with that, we end our August.
No, we have to do the second.
Oh,
call.
we have to do the second call,
Thank you
Lawrence.
very much. Have a good summer, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Happy summer.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So, we are recalling a case.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Come back anytime.
We are recalling 2021 50BZ 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a case that was on the continued hearing zoning calendar from yesterday, August 7th.
And Ms. Prenga, can you give us an update?
We can't hear you. Joe, we can't hear you.
There you go. Okay.
Hi.
I've had a long day.
Yes, I know.
We have to swear you in.
Just let me swear you in.
Sure.
Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for everything that we tried, but apparently we're not getting the answer so fast. So hopefully within the next 4 weeks, we should have an answer because it was really very little.
Jella, what do you think?
Well, DEP responded that it won't be a sign off, so that likely means that there will be some comments, but we will try to get it turned around as quickly as possible. They have been turning it around pretty quickly for this application.
Thank you. Okay.
So I think just to be on the safe side, let's do one thing. Let's put a hold on the October calendar, October early week calendar, October 2nd calendar. That way, will you be able to attend?
September.
Oh, it's, I don't know if that works for you.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
that's
the
Sukkot?
Holidays.
Oh,
Can we, no, any hope for September? Can we do that?
we could. It's just that I don't know if you would get all the DOT comments and the rest.
It's just DEP.
Sorry, DEP. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
DEP. I meant DEP. It's a long day. All of them to me.
September 18th, 19th is the hearing date.
They were minor in nature, the comments before.
Okay, let's put it on for September, but
Good.
just in case, if not the 1st October, the 2nd October hearing, put a hold also in case the
Is that
September.
acceptable? Is that acceptable?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
It's Colomide. We'll.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
for Mr. Friedman, Mrs. Friedman, so the October hearing is on the 2nd and 3rd. I do understand that that's an observance day, so.
It's a observance.
We're gonna try for September.
We'll try for September. If not September, then just alert us as to what would be okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Will do.
Thank you.
right, yeah. And let us know so that we can put a hold on the calendar.
Got it.
Just, that's all I'm saying.
October 2nd.
We can't close it because this is one of the critical components.
No. Nothing else.
Thank you.
Unfortunately,
much.
no, those days are
Okay.
gone.
Yeah.
All right,
So
thank you.
Jella and Tracy for all
Thank you,
your.
everybody and all the staff, and we'll see you in September, hopefully. Okay.
Thanks.
Have a great evening.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, happy summer, take care, be well.
Do we have to do public or anything?
Do we have to do public?
Yeah.
Oh, we
Yeah.
have to do public, okay.
Okay.
Just thinking.
Yes, we do have to.
Okay, sorry. So the case we're currently discussing is 2021 50BZ 50 Lawrence Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number, the webinar ID number 898-8204-05-2006 and the pound sign. At the second prompt, you will enter you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone, And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. I gotta give this to John. Gotta wait for the clock to go off, sorry.
It's the longest silence.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So
All right.
Okay.
September it is, and hopefully everything will work out by then.
Thank you. It's great to see.
Thank you. It's great to see you. Okay.
So this okay, you ready? Finished? This concludes the public hearing for August 8th, 2023. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for attending.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Tell me what to do.